Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the special open council meeting for October 24th, 2016. Now, we have a little bit of we've got some work to do here tonight, so we're going to have to explain to you exactly how this meeting is going to roll out. The meeting has already been convened, and we've already gone in camera for a portion of this meeting. This meeting will recess at 8:30. We will then go in camera, and then we will come back out at 9 p.m. And we will continue this meeting on. So there will be a half-hour break. So I'd like to first off say that to declare that and make note that we are on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nations, and would like to move on with the agenda. The first item is the introduction of late items. Ms. Armstrong.
Staff are recommending that this evening's agenda be amended as follows. Agenda item number 8A, Core Services Review, Nanaimo Jail Staff Reduction. Move that item to section 16, Core Services Report and Delegation. So agenda item 8A is being moved to section 16, which is the Core Services Report and Delegation section. Next, agenda item 14A, that's the notice of motion regarding secondary suite enforcement policies. We're going to add a delegation, Mr. Jim Solomon, and then we're going to move that agenda item 14A to follow section 16, Core Services Report and Delegations. And your worship, council members have other amendments.
So that will be 16B, will it be? Or a new 17A?
It'll be 17A.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kep.
Yes, Your Worship, I have a request for a number of late delegations regarding the DNBIA. And I imagine, because it's not really a core service report that we have, I imagine it'll come under delegation 17. Someone could clarify that. But there'll be Mr. Kevin Shaw, Mr. Dave Lawrence, Dan Scarr, Richard Payne, George Oliver, Jean Lemieux, and Cliff Wiltshire. And they will be 5-minute late delegations, but not all the members will take 5 minutes.
Councillor, is that even the DNBIA on the agenda?
No, that would be then number 17, delegation not related to report on council.
Okay, thank you.
Do I need a seconder for that?
Motion from
and a
council?
motion.
We've got other items.
We'll look at this request to add these
So
delegates.
can you repeat the delegations, please?
Mr. Kevin Shaw, Dave Lawrence, Dan Scarr, Richard Payne, George Oliver, Jean Lemieux, and Cliff Wiltshire. We maybe go by Jean.
And this is all regarding one topic?
One topic. And
So the
DNBIA.
delegates will have a maximum of 5 minutes speaking time should
Yes.
council wish to add them to the agenda?
So it's going to be after 9 o'clock, so we can, if you can give me those names accurately, we can do that. If you wouldn't mind.
Yep.
Thank you. So, is there a motion for the late delegations? Councillor Hong? Councillor Fuller, seconded by Councillor Fuller. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a late delegation as well to speak to the Core Services Review, Nanaimo Jail Staff Reduction. That would be to add Barbara Johnston, Johnston, and Diane Brown, Dyane Brown, of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom.
Thank you.
Got it?
Is there a seconder? Councillor Pratt, thank you. And any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Under 16, I forget which one, but Core Service Report in regards to the conversation around the jail, I'd like to add a late delegate, Mr. Tim McGrath, please. Thank you.
Mr. Tim McGrath?
Yep.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, but that will take all 4 delegations down to 5 minutes.
Delegations. Oh, no, there will be 4. That's correct. If there's 4 or more, it's
That's
5
right.
minutes.
So this late one will take them all down to 5 minutes. Councilor Brennan?
I don't know if you're counting Barbara Johnson and Diane Brown as two delegations. It's not. It's just one. Barbara will be speaking on behalf of them. So were you
Great.
counting that to make 4?
I was.
So 3.
Okay, thank you. So they'll be given 10 minutes. Thank you. Is there a seconder for the late delegation? Mr. McGrath. Seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Are there any other late items, Council? Seeing none, can we have a motion for the adoption of the agenda as amended? So moved. Second. Moved by Councillor Kipp and seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, motion for the adoption of the minutes for October 3rd and for the special open meeting for the October 3rd and the regular meeting for October 3rd. Moved by Councillor Pratt and seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Discussion, errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item is presentations, followed by the mayor's report. I'll keep this one relatively short. There were 2 items, and I don't want to steal the thunder of the VIU MBA group. They hosted the BC MBA Games here in Nanaimo this weekend. There were approximately 150 team members that came from 5 different universities, including VIU. And they participated in activities from both the sports side of things, but also on the academic side. I was actually a judge in one of the case studies, and I have to tell you, it was just such an impressive event. I don't want to steal their thunder. They actually produced about a 6.5-minute video of the event, which I posted on my own Facebook site. But I have to say, it was really amazing, and the caliber of organization and the volunteers and their level of dedication to the work. You couldn't tell that it was a student-led event. You really couldn't, other than the fact that most of them were much younger than me. It was very good. I look forward to the presentation that they bring to council. Another thing to note is that in January, VIU has been, their MBA group has been fortunate enough to secure the 2017 MBA Canada Games. There will be over 700 MBA students that will be in Nanaimo during that event. And I have to say, if this event here, the BC Games, was any indication, that one's going to be even bigger, and it's going to be something to look out for. The next item is that on October 17th, Richie Fulla, a longtime employee of the city and general foreman in our waterworks unit, was on his way to work when, like any other work day. While traveling down Lost Lake Road, he came upon a man lying face down on the side of the road. When he flipped him over, he couldn't determine if he was breathing, so he started conducting CPR on the victim. Another man and rescue. Another man happened along almost immediately, and Mr. Fulla instructed him to call 911 immediately. Mr. Fulla continued to perform CPR until emergency services personnel arrived. It was quickly determined that a defibrillator would be required to restart the man's heart, which was done, and the effort was successful. With the help of both Mr. Fulla and the second first responder, the victim is alive today. 70,000 Canadians suffer from heart attacks each year in Canada. That's 1 every 7 minutes. Because people in Canada actively train for such emergencies, people who want to learn how to respond, there's a 70% survival rate of those 70,000 people. We don't run across people who need our help but once or twice in a lifetime for most of us. There's need to keep your skills up to ensure that you're always prepared in the event that someone may need your help. It's not always going to be a stranger. It could be someone you love, a coworker, or a friend. If you think you might need to refresh your skills, sign up for a St. John's first aid course today, or any other equivalent training that's offered. Like Richie Fulla, you could be saving someone's life. On behalf of all of Council, I wish to give my heartfelt thanks and appreciation for the efforts of Mr. Richie Fulla. This is definitely a job well done. Thank you very much. So the next item is under Corporate Services, and that is Regional District of Nanaimo Trucked Liquid Waste Rates and Regulations Bylaw, number 1732.2016. And the purpose is to present Council's consideration a request from the Regional District of Nanaimo asking Council to consent to the Trucked Liquid Waste and Regulations Bylaw, 1732-2016, on behalf of its electors. Now, there's been a slight change. Ms.
Your
Armstrong.
Worship, we're making a slight change to the staff recommendation so that it accurately reflects what the regional district requested in their letter, which is located on page 22 of the agenda. I will read out the change for Council. That Council consent on behalf of the electors to the adoption of Regional District of Nanaimo Truck Liquid Waste Rates and Regulations Bylaw number 1732-2016 and the repeal of RDN Pump and Haul Local Service Establishment Bylaw number 975-1995, and that the Regional District of Nanaimo be notified accordingly.
Thank you very much. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Is there any discussion on that item? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Regional District of Nanaimo appointments. And the purpose is to obtain council direction regarding the appointment of the Regional District of Nanaimo Board of Directors and establish voting assignments for each director for 2017. There's a recommendation on page 56, and it reads, number 1, that they appoint for 1 year 7 directors of the Regional District of Nanaimo Board. 2, assign 5 votes to each of the 6 directors and 4 votes to 1 director. And 3, to appoint and establish a schedule for primary and secondary alternate directors. Now, is there a mover for a recommendation?
Would so move, if possible, staff's recommendations 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Bestwick and seconded by Councillor Pratt. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Excuse me, Your Worship, are we going to be appointing the same council members as appears on page 57 of the staff report? Thank you.
Necessary, I'll make that motion, Your Worship.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Thorpe and seconded by Councillor Kipp. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item. Bevan.
Do we have to develop a schedule now for alternates? Do we accept that now or not? Sorry. Do we have to accept a schedule for alternates now? Because it says in there to appoint and establish a schedule for primary and secondary alternate directors.
My understanding that council just passed a motion to status quo as it was passed last time, and that appears on page 57. Council could choose to appoint different directors. They all serve at council's pleasure, and this is reviewed annually.
Sorry, it says on option 1.3, appoint and establish a schedule for it. So the schedule would be primary on the first month, second person goes second month, third month is the first person again. Is that what it is? That's what it was typically, wasn't it?
Council passed a motion in 2008 where they did set up a system for the alternates. So that motion from 2008 reads that establish the system that upon the absence of any City of Nanaimo municipal directors to the Regional District of Nanaimo meeting, The primary alternate director for the month in which the absence occurs will attend on behalf of the absent director. And then the absence of the primary director, then the alternate will attend. So the system has been set up previously.
So my question's correct. We're
Yeah.
establishing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
And
already
every
was a-
second month? No, it's just one primary now, and if that primary misses, the secondary. So the primary is for every meeting throughout the year. That's not the way I read that.
No, the
Is it
practice,
monthly alternating for the primary?
practices, they alternate monthly. So your number one would be this month, would be the primary, they would be the alternate next month.
You're correct. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
That they alternate on a monthly basis. Okay. That was a system that was established in 2008.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to check.
The status quo that was for 2016 is that the primary is contacted for any meeting. In the absence of the primary, the secondary goes. So if the status quo is being retained, the motion that supersedes that would be the existing structure, primary, when primary not available, secondary. So the 2008 motion has been usurped.
So it is different. So if I may, Councillor Fuller will always be requested to go when anyone wants to go. Should he not be available, Councillor Brennan will then be available? And sometimes both of them. Okay. Thank you.
Can we get clarification on the 2016 motion? Is that the way it read?
I'm looking at the current staff report, and on page 56, the second to last paragraph, it reads that for the purpose of the above noted system, the two councillors alternate between primary and secondary on a monthly basis.
So as far as I know, that's the way it's been as long as I've been on council.
Except for the last 2000, I'm sorry, Your Worship, but there's a confusion and an error in the staff report that needs to be corrected. The way that it's worked for the last year is the primary is contacted, and when they're not available, the secondary. So while this may be in the report, it isn't the status quo. So it's up to council. You can go with the old way or the status quo. That is a decision of council.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the floor?
I thought it was passed. Yeah.
The status quo, which is the previous or the 2016?
57 of the staff report.
On page 56, you mean?
No, 57.
57.
Okay. So status quo is, so then Councillor Kipp is correct then?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Worship. I'm sorry to belabor it, but
Thought it
there's an
was,
error
but I'm
in
not.
the staff report. So if you're going to be technically correct, the status quo is the primary is contacted, and when they're not available, the secondary. So I apologize for the error in the report, but if the motion is to adopt the status quo, the actual status quo that you have been implementing for the last 11 months would be primary. In the absence of the primary, secondary. For the last 11 months, you have not been using the alternating schedule as your replacement schedule. So while that may be written in the report, it is an error. So the motion that has passed does endorse the status quo. So how you've been doing it for the last 11 months will be how it continues, unless that motion is taken off the table and another motion passed.
Is council happy with the motion that's been passed? Okay, I guess we carry on then. Thank you.
Sorry for that.
Next item, Bevan Park Central Facility Development Opportunities. The purpose is to update council on options for the next steps with regard to the Bevan Park Central Facility Development Opportunities. And Mr. Harding.
Just bringing back the updated plan. There's a number of delegations to speak to you if you want to listen to them first. But the plan's basically just bringing back to you from the open house that council asked us to do in the summertime.
Okay, thank you. So the first delegation is Ms. Karen Streeter, the president of the Vancouver Island Exhibition. Thank you, ma'am. If we can have your name and city of residence, please.
Karen Streeter, and I live in Lanceville.
Thank you.
So, good evening, Your Worship, Council. As you said, I am Karen Streeter, and I am the president of the Vancouver Island Exhibition. With me today are other board members. On behalf of the VIX, I'd like to thank Mayor and Council for allowing me to speak today in support of the proposed Bevan Park redevelopment plan. I also want to say a very special thank you to Richard Harding for all of your support and guidance over the years. The Vancouver Island Exhibition is one of the oldest and longest running events in the city of Nanaimo. Starting in 1894 and over the past 122 years, the VIX has entertained and educated our community about the importance of agriculture and how it remains a significant and important part of their day-to-day lives. Since incorporation in 1953, the VIX has been the longest tenant and an integral part of Bevan Park. As we look towards the future, the VIX hopes to continue to be part of the new design of Bevan Park. As we all know, our barns are aging and they need to be replaced. Our vision is to build a new agricultural center and 4 animal barns, which will be operated year-round. This will drastically change the focus of the VIX and make it a more viable part of the community. We believe the new look of the VIX achieves 3 very important components for the future of Bevan Park. It supports our goal to build a new agricultural center and animal barns that revitalizes and provides us new and expanded opportunities to continue our mission to keep agriculture alive in our community. It achieves the city's goal to better utilize the grounds of Bevan Park on a day-to-day basis by introducing new partners and neighbors to the park. It introduces new opportunities for our community by providing related and expanded activities in the most central park of the city. Recently, we all took part in the open house held at Bevan Park. As far as we're concerned, it was a huge success with an overwhelming and positive response to this project. It gave us a chance to speak directly to the public and hear their ideas and suggestions. We were very pleased with the number of people that took the time to complete the survey and also to stop and talk to all of us. We feel the proposed concept will be great for the future of the VIX and our community. The VIX is 100% in support of this proposal. So as the VIX, we're requesting that Council approve this project in principle and enter into a long-term lease with the VIX and the other groups here today so that we can continue planning for the future so we can move to the next phase of this very valuable project. So on behalf of the members of the Vancouver Island Exhibition, I want to once again thank you for your time today and look forward to a positive outcome to our proposal.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you very much. Motion to receive the delegation.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Pratt. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next delegation is Mr. Wilm King of the Island Roots Market Co-op. I hope I got it correct.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to see you all again, Council. Really, we're here at your pleasure this evening.
Before you go,
Yep,
before you start, can we have your place of residence, please?
My place of residence is Nanaimo.
Thank you.
Yeah. So as I was saying, we're here really on the pleasure of Council to answer any questions you might have had about what's happened in the VIX and NEA and IPPC and Island Roots Co-op project at Bevan that's taken part in the last few months since we presented to Council. Would like to also really sincerely thank Richard for all the work that he's done so far and continues to do, and Council for all of your support. We feel like we've covered this all before, so we're here to answer any questions you may have about what's gone on in the last few months since we've been here. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt, you got your finger poised on the button?
Yes, I guess I do. One of the questions I'll ask you now is, how many members do you have? I mean, how many farmers or producers do you have involved in the Island Roots Market?
Chris, do you know?
Oh, no idea, eh?
So, I can speak generally because I also, as many of you know, I'm the founder and current board member of the Bowen Island, or the Bowen Road Farmers Market as well, which will be superseded by Island Roots when this takes over. I would say collectively between the two markets, because they run concurrently. Bowen is summer, Island Roots is winter. The plan is for Island Roots to become year-round, and Bowen will effectively cease to exist. I would say collectively we probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 70 active food producers, and probably half again as many artisans and crafters and things of that nature.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions.
Thanks, Council.
Thank you very much. Motion to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Hong. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next delegation is Mr. Ian Kalina of the Boys and Girls Clubs.
Good evening, Your Worship.
Good evening.
You need to know where I'm from. My place of residence is Ladysmith.
Thank you.
And I'm here representing the Boys and Girls Clubs as a member of the group that is putting together the Indigenous Peoples Place of Culture. I'd like to start by acknowledging as well that we are on the traditional territory of the Sinemo people, on whose land we live, work, learn, and play. And I also have with me here Stella. Stella, is it Bates? Johnson. Stella Johnson.
My name is Stella Johnson. I am a Cree Métis, and I reside here in Nanaimo. And I'm here to support. I've been on the council, attending the meetings for the last 2 years for the Indigenous Peoples Place of Culture. And I'm here to support and give for whatever plans that are available for the building. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, we're here primarily to reiterate what Whelm has said, and as well what Karen has said. We're supporting the recommendations. We also would like to thank Council and Richard Harding for the support that they provided for having us get the presentation the way that it has been put together. It's been very good. Thank you again. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegations? I see none. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Motion to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Harding.
Your Worship, as per the direction of Council, June 27th, we went and did the open house as the delegations had mentioned. It was very well attended. Council wanted us to do the open house and then come back with some findings specifically on this. You'll see through the report, and then we've also added as an appendix to the report both the concepts that are being presented again, as well as all the feedback we had from the open house. As you'll see, in general, majority was very, very positive responses for all 3 to 4 proposals.
Thank you very much. Council, there are 4 recommendations on page 59. Does somebody wish to move them all together? Moved by Councillor Bestwick and seconded by Councillor Kipp. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the work that's gone into this. I have one question for Mr. Harding. Item 3 states direct staff to draft leases for council review and consideration. Will we have opportunity to review them before we get here or offer input to the leases prior to them being constructed?
So if I can answer that, so typically we'll work with each group, each organization, come up with some of the proposals that they would like. If there's some direction tonight from council, but typically I bring them back to you with drafts with each lease. showing some of the issues and options on that. So we don't typically do anything coming back to council in an informal way. We'd come back in this matter, but there'd be drafts at that time.
Thank you. If I may, the reason for my question is simply there's 4 and/or 5 groups, or so 4 different leases, and my line of inquiry is simply about whether they all have the same length of time attached to them, or different lengths of time, different conditions on who's going first in terms of any construct or development on the sites, or if there's infrastructure that needs to be in place prior to anybody being able to do any redevelopment. And because I'm in support of this, and I just wish to ensure that we proceed in a timely fashion so that they're able to do what they need to do from a development point of view, and not one necessarily after the other. And if there's 4, it's going to take us 4 years to get to the 4th, or 5 years, or 6 years?
No, if I can answer that, Your Worship. We see coming back as quickly as each group and staff can come to a decision. You're absolutely right, though. Each will have different lengths of leases. As I would say, it's based on their investment. So there's some different. Some of the IPPC, for example, is a substantial multi-million-dollar building. They're going to want to have some security in the sense of long-term lease, where some of the other options could just be license of use for certain land area for the short term. And it would depend on where each group is at as they go through their developments.
Thank you. And I'm very comfortable and confident with the ability to do this. I just needed to ask that question. Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a really exciting and interesting project, and I've been watching it as it moves along, and I'm really glad to see it get to this point. On recommendation number 4, prior to moving forward on the Indigenous people's place of culture, the proposal must confirm that the proponents have secured letters of support from SFN and other Indigenous organizations. Does that imply unanimity, or if there's some Indigenous groups that are not as convinced, how will we measure that? What's our intent here?
Am I on now?
Go ahead.
Yeah. That's a good question, Councillor Brennan. And what we want to make sure is that when we do come back with a lease option for your consideration, that we've reached out to as many Indigenous groups to comment on that. Mm-hmm. We may not get a complete support for it, but we want to make sure that it's in this recommendation that when we come back, nothing surprises you or the group of opposition to the concept.
Thank you.
And I think one of the issues that we've raised before is that with the federal and provincial government making limited dollars available in the Indigenous sector, that it's important that in terms of the longevity of the project as well, is that we understand whatever type of competition there may be for the limited dollars that are available at the provincial and federal level.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be really pleased to support the staff recommendations on this issue. I've been involved in this and seen it develop, as have others, for a number of years now, and I think it's an extremely exciting opportunity to revitalize the heart of Bevan Park. So I just want to acknowledge, as others have, the work of staff, especially Mr. Harding, and also the efforts of the community groups, which have really shown an ability to work together to come to a shared vision of what this space could look like and help all of them. So my congratulations to everybody involved, and I'll certainly support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. I support this motion. The question I have is, this is a plan, an overall plan, but each project isn't contingent on the other project moving forward. That's correct. So if one person decides to build and the other, something happens, it doesn't happen, we can still go ahead with. Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge all the groups that are working collaboratively to get this far. I'm going to, off what Councillor Brennan was commenting on option 4. Prior to moving forward with the IPPC proposed confirm that the proponents have secured letters of support from SFN and other Indigenous organizations. I think that's going to be really challenging for the simple fact is, are we ensuring the other groups have letters of support from, say, their other competing funders or competition? And secondly, other Indigenous organizations don't have the legal rights as SFN does. So, and thirdly, Mr. Beaton's group competes with many of the urban funders for the First Nations, what Tracy touched on, limited dollars, and he may never ever get a letter of support because they compete over the same small kitty of funds that's available for the off-reserve population. So, so those are some concerns I have with number. I have some concerns with number 4 as well, because SFN has legal rights, as we, whether anyone wants to hear that or not. And secondly, those other groups don't have legal rights. And then thirdly, Mr. Beaton's never going to get letters of support from every group. So I want to share those comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So it is a concern. Thank you.
Ms. Sammer.
It certainly, and we could look at the wording of it because the intent is not to have unanimous support across the community. What we're trying to show is that staff have ensured, like in any other sector, in the affordable housing and other social programming, that we've done our due diligence and we understand what the community stakeholders are saying. To date, we've had no meetings with any of these Indigenous groups. So we talked about the idea of having an Indigenous roundtable this fall. Some other items have come up before it, but a way of bringing the different Indigenous program and service providers together to have a dialogue about what each other is doing. So that's something that we need to be doing. So it's something that we hope that we can do with Mr. Beaton in collaboration and support his efforts and their group's efforts to bring this to the next level. Of course, carving out the unique position that SFN has. I know that they've had one set of invitations to meet, but since we are regularly at the table with FSN on a bi-weekly basis, it could be that we put that on the agenda and invite Mr. Beaton to speak to SFN at one of our joint meetings.
Thank you. So the motion has been moved and seconded. No further speakers. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, bylaws. None. Correspondence. None. Next item is core services report and delegations. The first is...
Your Worship, we have to reconvene in camera before we can move on to that agenda item.
Oh.
Yeah, Your Worship, we've moved quite quickly on the agenda, so we don't need to recess at 8 or 8:30. The rationale or the reason why we've recommended we go in camera is that the union representative, which is to make some presentations to council on the agenda item that follows next, and we need an opportunity for council to consider that advice and have a discussion about it before returning to the table.
Now, is our delegation that we're going to meet in camera, is he here?
I will speak to that when we go back in camera, Your Worship.
So are you suggesting that we may recess and then have no reason to recess?
I'm suggesting that that conversation is an in-camera conversation and that I will have that with council when we move to that.
Yep.
So move that we recess in camera.
Is it seconded?
I'll second it. Can I speak to it for a minute?
Yeah. And we've
want the time limit.
a half an hour. And the reason why this has to happen is that council must hear from the union representative before any discussion whatsoever, be it a delegation or not, is heard on the open agenda. So in order to comply with Article 11, council must now go in camera and have a discussion.
Thank you. So there's a motion that's been seconded to recess the meeting for 30 minutes and reconvene. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll reconvene this meeting now. The next item on the agenda is Core Services Review, Nanaimo Jail Staff Reduction. And the purpose is to seek council direction regarding the Core Services Review recommendations to eliminate 4 permanent full-time prisoner guard positions from the Nanaimo Jail. We have 3 delegations. The first one being Ms. Ann Taylor, the Executive Director of the Haven Society. Ms. Taylor. You've already got your name for the record, just your place of residence, please.
So Ann Taylor, I'm a resident of Nanaimo.
Thank you.
So I'd like to start by saying thank you to Mayor and Council to have me here to speak of the issue which Haven Society is deeply concerned about. I also want to start by recognizing that we're gathering here on unceded territory of the Nanaimo First Nation people. So I'm here to speak to the core review recommendation to eliminate gender-specific guarding within the Nanaimo City Cells as a cost-saving measure. The issue of cross-gender guarding within Nanaimo City Cells has been reviewed by Council in 2004 and then again in 2009. The result was a solid and sound policy of ensuring that women being held in Nanaimo cells are monitored by female guards. I think this is something we can all be really proud of. We believe this is an important example of how Nanaimo has shown leadership and found a balance of the rights of persons within the safety of the community, thereby ensuring that human rights to privacy and personal dignity is upheld. Again, something I think we should be really proud of. The review in 2004 and 2009 was brought forward by a coalition of community organizations and partners and outlined serious concerns related to cross-gender monitoring. The very same concerns hold true today. And the community is once again standing together in their opposition of this recommendation before Mayor and Council. At the heart of it, this is about ensuring safety, respect, and dignity for all of our citizens, no matter what their circumstances and how vulnerable they may be. The human right to privacy and personal dignity should not be really a question or a doubt for us to consider. We acknowledge and accept that monitoring is needed to preserve the safety of people being held in city cells, and that the current policy of same-gender monitoring is an appropriate and reliable safeguard in this regard. It also ensures that there is no infringement of a person's civil liberties or human rights. In other correctional settings, federal and provincial in Canada, same-gender guarding has been set as a standard and is required in those areas that are intimate and private, such as sleeping areas and places where women can use toilet facilities, shower, or undress. The only exception in this case has been applied in city cells and some other jurisdictions in the province, and we see this as a grave error and results from a short-sighted decision to save money at the cost of not protecting the rights of its community members. We've presented a letter to Mayor and Council dated October the 4th, which outlines the concerns that we hold and references the more detailed brief provided to Mayor and Council in 2004 and then again in 2009. I'm going to highlight just a few key points that were made in that letter and the associated brief. So the first one is that the women who are held in cells are often held in pre-conviction status awaiting an appearance at the court in Nanaimo, in remand or awaiting bail, or waiting to be transferred to the mainland to serve a jail sentence. There not being a jail dedicated to holding women in on Vancouver Island is the main reason for that, and may be required as a result for women to stay much longer than men in cells for longer periods of time. Women in cells may be temporarily held for other reasons not related to a serious criminal offense, such as those held under the Mental Health Act, or even for girls as young as 14. If behavior warrants temporary holding in a city cell, then even somebody as young as 14 could be held in that situation. A percentage of women are also Aboriginal, and thus a policy of cross-gender monitoring does disproportionately affect women and Aboriginal women in the result. That women held in cells may be vulnerable, unable to protect their own privacy, and have to a higher percentage experienced sexualized assault in the past are all reasons we believe that human rights must be considered and that women require due care when held in city cells. We also recognize that the viewing of female bodies is understood in society in a way that is frequently sexualized and creates a context of risk for inappropriate behavior at least, and the more serious harms of its worst. We state strongly that those who restrict the freedom of persons must ensure that those who are detained are not to experience undue harm as a condition of being held. And in the general case, the male viewing of women occurs in a social context of the objectification of female bodies and is of itself degrading and demeaning in this setting. That these women are unable or unlikely to file a complaint about this action does not minimize the responsibility of those who detain persons for this requirement. We commend the City of Nanaimo for taking a clear position to protect the human dignity of women being held in city cells. That started in 2004, has stood again in 2009, and has continued to this day. We believe this meets a community standard of compassion and protection of vulnerable peoples while upholding a responsibility to protect the public from harms. And we understand that that's a delicate balancing act, and one I think that this policy would undermine, or changing this policy would undermine. So Haven Society really stands proudly with Mayor and Council in this regard and strongly recommends a continuation of gender-specific monitoring, that which is currently in place in the Nanaimo cells. Haven also stands with many community partners on this position, many of whom may have actually sent in their own letters that will be here as a delegation themselves. But also present today with us is the ED of Nanaimo Family Life Association the ED of the Boys and Girls Club of Vancouver Island, the Maria Gomez, who's the chair of the CMHA Mid-Island. We also have Barbara Johnson from the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, Gord Cote, who is the ED of NARCIF, and Elizabeth Reed, who's a retired Nanaimo physician. And we also have board members from Haven Society that are present, and many that would have been present here tonight, but unfortunately because of the change in the agenda, that made it a bit more challenging for them to be here. So I think the final point that I really want to make is that what we are doing currently, the policy that's in place to have gender-specific monitoring, really ensures that safety and dignity for everybody involved is going to be ensured and maintained. And as a Nanaimo resident and citizen, I really am proud to be able to say that this is a city that's taken that position, and I really encourage you to not make a different decision that will make many of us not proud to call ourselves citizens of Nanaimo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want everybody to feel comfortable here, so please hold your applause. Same thing goes for folks with differing opinions. I see no questions for you, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you. The next one is Barb Johnson and Diane Brown. Motion to accept the delegation, receive the delegation. Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Ma'am, if you could go ahead, please.
My name's Barbara Johnson. I'm a resident of Nanaimo.
Thank you.
So we would support, I want to begin by saying thank you to Ann Taylor. Certainly we agree with everything that she said in her presentation. And we acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Nanaimo First Nation, and we thank the City of Nanaimo for the opportunity to deliver this presentation on behalf of the Nanaimo chapter of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, an international body that has been working for 100 years to support peace and freedom for women. You want to say anything else? Along with other concerned groups in 2004, we made a presentation to City Council on the issue of cross-gender monitoring of girls and women in the city jail. We were pleased that the council of the day at that time listened to the community, to the coalition, and we've been proud to live in a city with progressive practices that respect girls and women. So we are disappointed that this issue has come up again, and we continue to support the practice of girls and women detainees monitored only by women guards. We appreciated the opportunity recently to tour the cell block again, as we did in 2004, with members of the City Council this past week. We acknowledge structural changes made since 2004 and appreciate the repositioning of cameras in the female cells. However, it should be made clear that although the cameras no longer show a frontal view of girls and women at the toilets, the monitors still show a side view. The monitors could also show women anywhere in the cell, naked or in a state of undress. We also observed that the female monitoring room does not offer as much privacy as it did in 2004. The screens are visible to anyone walking down a narrow corridor, and those of you that were on this tour, as we were last week, will remember that as we moved out of the larger office area, moving towards the cell area, we were making our way in single file down a narrow corridor. On our left was a woman looking at the screens, monitoring the female prisoners. I stopped, I could talk to her, I could see the screens. Now that is not as private as it was in 2004. The screens are visible to anyone walking down this narrow corridor. Those of you may remember that from that those screens were in plain view, those who went on the tour. The girls and women being monitored in these cells are only detainees, as they have not been charged, and as such they are presumed innocent. They may be, as we were led to understand, as young as 12. They could be drunk, they could be under the influence of drugs, or even suffering from physical or mental health issues. They are often unaware of their surroundings, so special care must be taken to preserve their dignity and rights. They must be treated with respect. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms makes it clear that detainees have lost their right to freedom but have not lost any other rights. We recommend, those of us from WELF recommend, detainees must be verbally informed of ongoing surveillance and shown the location of cameras in their cells. Secondly, the monitoring area for girls and women must be relocated to a private room. And thirdly, the monitoring of girls and women must remain with only female guards at all times. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Motion to receive the delegation, please. Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Pratt. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. The next delegation is Mr. Tim McGrath.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tim McGrath, 431 3rd Street here in Nanaimo. I've not decided on the issue of the gendered jail guards. What happens if you hire a female guard and she transgenders? The union says you have to keep them, to fire them as sexual discrimination. Currently being neutral is the progressive method. Most progressive thinkers are moving to non-gendered washrooms. Progressive thinkers believe in job equality. They hire the best person for the job, regardless of their sexual orientation. And that's set out in the Canadian Charter of Rights. Most boards, school boards, as well as colleges and universities, are implementing or considering gender-neutral washrooms and change rooms. This City Council recently provided a gay pride crosswalk. Council, as well as a number of Nanaimo citizens, patted themselves on the back. Are you now going to exclude them by mandating only male or female guards? Let's look at the LGBTQ. Are you now going to purposely exclude them? If we accommodate the LGBTQ, what about the Aboriginal community? What about the Muslim community? What about the special needs community? The question then comes up, are we a progressive thinking community or are we going backwards? If the city continues with its present practice of gender-specific guarding, it would continue on its present path of committing sexual discrimination in its hiring process, and hence continue to be the only city in the province to do so. On the other hand, if the city decides to follow a policy of cross-gender guarding, as to do with other municipalities in BC, is there a possibility that our current female guards may lose their jobs simply because they are female, and they may have been on the last ones hired? Does this not also amount to a result of the initial sexual discrimination issue? In both scenarios, there's going to be injured parties and possibly a legal challenge. It's also critical for council to realize that all searches are done by the police officers, not the guards. If the inmate has to be restrained, it's the police officer who make that decision and apply the restraints, not the guards. If belts, bras, or sweaters, jewelry, or shoelaces have to be removed, the guards may request it, but all enforcement is done by the police. I think it's time to have a more detailed discussion about this potential can of worms before every other religious group, ethnicity, language, color, or gender identity demands equal consideration. All of these individuals have specific social and political and personal concerns. to which they may argue that they are entitled. Then we would have to employ a number of guards of every creed and color to meet the needs of each and every member. There would be no end in sight, and certainly not enough money in our budget. Again, guards are professionally trained, and like other professionals, including nurses and doctors, and physical therapists and physical trainers of both genders, are capable of doing their jobs in an effective and dignified manner. I would think the unions would be championing this issue like they do in hospitals. If professionals do not act appropriately, they're subject to discipline. There are existing Canadian government policies regarding the issue, but like every other issue, the policies are constantly being updated as society becomes more progressive and inclusive in its attitudes. We all have basic human rights, but if arrested for an offense and placed in jail, our rights and privileges will certainly be compromised. Balancing what is legal and fair as well as cost efficient may be a difficult but necessary task. I'd like to clarify that I wish to remain neutral on the issue. I have some concerns when considering the following possibilities. There's the issue of discrimination. Male, female, transgender, lesbian, gay, whatever the case may be. In fact, the best person qualified would often not be hired if the job were based on gender. Direct contravention. Now, we can look at the LGBTQ. As an acronym, it stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and queer. And is used to designate a community of people whose gender identities can create shared political and social concerns. With gender-specific guarding, we are eliminating that option. Now, the world is becoming increasingly more liberal and progressive. Check out the Rainbow Crosswalk in the downtown so recently celebrated. Washrooms are being shared more often between the sexes and also amongst the LGBTQ individuals alike. The world is becoming more inclusive, which is a good thing. When in hospital, you have no choice whether you're cared for by a male or a female nurse to administer your very personal needs, changing a bedpan and other such things. They all do the same job and are entitled to apply for the job if equally qualified. Why give a law-breaking citizen special treatment? If that person has to be transferred from jail to hospital, that would mean having to leave a female or male guard, depending on his or her affiliation, then perhaps being handed over to and subsequently looked after by someone of the opposite affiliation. This makes no sense. Yes, life is complicated. A study done a number of years ago at Duke University entitled Prison Guards and Inmates of Opposite Genders, Equal Employment Opportunity versus the Right of Privacy discussed the inevitable conflict existing between the right of the prison guards to equal employment regardless of the gender of the inmates in the prison and the alleged right of the inmate. After considering it, the guards perform their duties, quote, if the guards perform their duties in a professional and objective manner, the gender of the guard should make no difference to the inmate. Our goal should be to allow guards of either gender to perform any duties in any prison, end of quote. Financially, it makes sense. What about the needs and dignity of people of different color, beliefs, faiths, religion, ethnic backgrounds, languages? Maybe we have a guard for special guards to accommodate them all. I believe that we can't stop at gender discrimination. There are sadly all types of discrimination. Guards are trained professionals. Should make no difference, the same as a nurse. Choosing an employee, in this case as a guard based on gender, sets a dangerous precedent, and perhaps it deserves more in-depth discussion among lawyers and other municipal organizations and provincial representatives. What does the UCBM think of it? What does the Police Chiefs Association think of it? The military at one time allowed men to take part in active duty. However, now they also permit women and members of the LGBTQ community to serve their country as well. Now they can all serve their country proudly and equally. We should learn from this. Frankly, this is an RCMP issue and policy already exists. Why would we not adopt their policy? Why not adopt the policy of the provincial remand centres? Why is Nanaimo trying to recreate the wheel? Is it some female council members are pandering for votes? I understand and sympathize that with the concerns of some Nanaimo citizens, the advocates here tonight, but I believe that there is much more to consider before setting a firm policy. We need to proceed very carefully. Perhaps a discussion with the Union of BC Municipalities and the police associations is in order. Again, it appears that no one is questioning why we are given no option as to whether or not to provide male or female nurses when confined to a bed in hospital. But when in a jail, they become somehow entitled to have a female guard if it appears that we're female, or a male guard if it appears that we are male. This is simply making no sense. There are great savings to be garnered here. It's interesting that the following ongoing core review and many of the parties are being asked to be more accountable to the taxpayer and are pushing back vigorously to oppose any changes to their comfortable status quo. Again, it's always easier to charge each and every taxpayer more each and every year to have these public bodies who live off the taxpayers and take responsibilities to trim their own budget fat. Thank you for hearing me out. Please proceed very carefully. You could make a thoughtful, difficult decision and be a leader on the matter, a reactive decision, and suffer the consequences. In my view, it's time for a healthy and thoughtful debate to be opened up to all neighboring municipalities throughout the province. Finally, I'd like to consider Nanaimo's reputation. We've entered this territory before. The leader caste issue. Please consider carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I see no questions. Motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Pratt. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So, Council, there are three options available to us to provide direction to staff on page 18. Councillor Brennan.
I'd like to make the motion, if I could. I would move that Nanaimo continue with the status quo and all of the implications of that in the report.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Pratt.
And I'll speak to that if I could.
Certainly.
I think that the delegation set out quite clearly how specific gender guarding respects the dignity and safety of women. I don't think that we have to make I don't think I have to make that argument again. I think it was stated really well by Ann Taylor from Haven and really well from Barbara Johnson from the League for International Peace and Freedom. What I think we haven't also talked about is if we were to implement the hybrid one, the number 3 option. And I think what happens there is that when there is no women detainee or the remaining guard is female, there wouldn't be anyone called in. So we would be working then, or the guards would be working at half capacity. They would have to do the work of 2 guards. And the work of any individual guard, as I understand it, is that they have to monitor the people in the cells. They have to book people in as they're coming and monitor what's going on. And that's not as easy as you might think because you're sitting at a different desk. Sometimes there are individuals lined up waiting to be booked in while there's people in cells. I think that we would be believing that the people in the safety of those people in the cells was being monitored while the booking and the janitorial and the checking of prisoners physically checking was going on. I would suggest that that's more work than any individual is contemplated to be doing, because we regularly have two. We have said it requires 2 people to do the monitoring of people in cells. Now this motion would say, well, there are some times when we think one person could do it, and I reject that reasoning. I'm just going to touch a little bit on the kinds of safety issues and dignity issues that I think we would be overlooking, and that is, as Barbara Johnson said, it's not just a question of not being able to see a full frontal view of a woman in cells who's using the toilet for whatever reason, but these people are coming in frequently intoxicated. They have taken drugs. Nobody knows what those drugs are when they come in. We know that they can be kind of right out of it. They behave in ways that one might behave if they were highly intoxicated and on drugs. They might start taking their clothes off, and I understand that does happen. So while they're not sitting on the toilet being viewed by the camera and by the person monitoring, they're laying on the floor without any clothes, being monitored and observed. And I think that really does strike at a woman's ability to maintain her dignity while she is being held in cells, sometimes simply for her own personal safety. And I think that doesn't care for her own personal safety. And finally, I guess the United has looked at this question. I think our federal courts have looked at this question, particularly when it comes to guarding in penitentiaries and I don't know what they call all the different levels of prison, but particularly when someone has been incarcerated. They've looked at it and they've said that women are in a special predicament. We're in a special predicament because of our the historical imbalance of power, the historical treatment of women, and that we should take extra special care to ensure that we don't exacerbate those kinds of situations that women have been subjected to all of our lives. And especially when we're 12, we don't need that lesson. And when we're 56 or 65 or 75, we don't need to be told that again. This is a really progressive, I understand we don't call it a policy, but it's certainly a practice that's been in place for over 10 years. It's a practice that distinguishes us from other cities, and it's not something we should be ashamed of. It's not something we should feel badly because we spend a little bit extra money on making sure that the women who are placed in our cells are held with dignity. And so I think that the status quo has twice before been confirmed, and I hope we do that again tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I concur with Councillor Brennan. I've really struggled with this one. I did do the tour of the jail on Friday. I was very impressed with the information that we heard from the staff, from Mr. Dietrich and from Inspector Rupa. And I do believe that our staff strive with everything they have to maintain the dignity of the people that are in their custody and protect them and keep them safe. Part of the reason they're able to do that is because of what we have in place today. And I am proud that we do that. I am proud that we take into consideration, despite the fact that these are very vulnerable people, that they may not have a lifestyle that we approve of or think of as productive. There may be many reasons why we feel we have a right to look down on these people, on these women. But I believe that everybody deserves to be treated with dignity. And I believe that Nanaimo did the right thing 10 years ago when they made this decision. And I have, as I said, given this tremendous amount of thought, looked at my own conscience, looked at just the other things that Councillor Brennan talked about in terms of the balance of power. I know there's people that just get so sick of that argument, but it's true. It's true. And we don't have to look far to see what's happening today. All we got to do is look on Facebook and look at the presidential goings-on down in the United States to know that there are some real imbalances still in this world, and women are vulnerable, and I wouldn't want to be the person on the floor naked and having somebody looking at me. It's bad enough when another woman would be looking at me, but I would not want another man looking at me if I ever ended up in that kind of difficult circumstance. So I am in favor of this motion, and I would really love to see Nanaimo continue to uphold this real recognition of human dignity that we have done for the last 10 years. Thank you.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask staff a question first to make sense of what Councillor Brennan said. So we have two people on all times, one watching male, one watching female, and she says we need them because when someone goes to clean or book somebody in, who watches that monitor?
The role of the guard is to keep the prisoner safe and secure. Booking in is a secondary responsibility that they're actually doing to assist the members. The members' job is to do the booking in. So the instruction that I've given staff very clearly on numerous occasions in staff meetings is that they're to interrupt whatever they're doing and do their mandatory every 15-minute physical check. Walk down that hallway, look in the window, make sure that that prisoner is safe and secure. The monitors are just to augment that. They're not to replace that physical check. So it doesn't matter what the guard is doing at any time, 4 times an hour, randomly, they have to stop what they're doing and go and check that prisoner. That is the minimum standard that the RCMP has developed.
Okay, thank you. And then to continue on, if Nanaimo is so progressive, we've been doing this since 2004, I don't understand why nobody else has caught on. We're the only municipality in 64 other communities, or 63 communities that have RCMP jails that aren't doing this. I don't have a problem being progressive. I just think other people should follow. And if they're not following, I don't know if that's called progressive or stupidity. If nobody else is going to do it, something is wrong. And I have no problem being the front runner and being the leader and trying different things for our community. And hopefully others would catch on. But if nobody else is caught on, I have to question that. Saving $360,000. We could put another RCMP on the road for that, another officer. We could put that money to the Haven Society for harm reduction. There's so much more that we can do. I did the math. 800 people in 2015, 812 females roughly. 360,000 we could save. That's $450 each prisoner. That's it. $450 we have to pay to watch one prisoner. Seems like a little outrageous to me. It's $450. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, I just listened to Councillor Pratt, and I feel like I too want to say that I think that the staff that we have in the cells and the management we have in the cells is doing a really good job. And it makes me proud to be able to say that this is what we're doing in Nanaimo and that our staff does this and that our council supports this. So I was remiss in not telling you that, Mr. Dietrich.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. This is a really important subject, and how my position on this isn't around the dollars and cents. It's around being progressive. I totally have utmost respect. I supported this 04 as a young councillor at Nanaimo back in the day, and today my position is like to think like the washrooms up at the Aquatic Center, as we are a society, to be more balanced and more, I don't know where I'm going with that, but I just want to state that there's no place today in our society for Trump's so-called locker room talk or behaviors. I've been in many locker rooms, and I would not have accepted that type of conversation or behaviors. And I definitely would not permit any of those behaviors or conversations by any of our city staff, regardless of the role. But in this case, the jail guards, regardless of gender. So I've come to expect, and I do expect, the same from our staff and our managers or whatever their role is. In this case, it's a subject. So if we have staff that are belittling, I get it when it comes from a belittling background. We all know my background. I get what it's like to be marginalized. And I'd like to think more positive and progressive of that and then be stuck. If we have anyone behave or even an inkling of that, there's no place for them in this city, as our employee at least. So I like to think the best of people in their professions. And I like to think the money, if there was the 360, could be better implemented in a preventative model. I heard numerous of respected speakers, profound people at most respect, and I heard a couple of the speakers tonight touch on children and youth, 12-year-old, 14-year-old. That's really alarming. I was well aware of my job as an executive director of a child welfare agency. But that money would be well spent. Maybe the RCMP or the city got to invest in a social worker. If we have a child in a cell right alone, there's flags up. This conversation is much bigger than this jail guard. And when we're having a conversation of 12-year-olds in jail, which I completely believe, I'm not naive to that, then we got to change our model in general, not this. The model much bigger. We got to change our philosophies and think about social workers as children and having children being treated like children and unfortunate scenarios and hard lives get put in these situations. I get it. Deal with it every day, unfortunately. So we have to, I'm digressing somewhat, but not off subject about the children, regardless of the gender. In this case, it's the young female children. And secondly, if these people are intoxicated. There was also some, I think, I get some generalizations on First Nations get thrown around loosely, which I won't get into tonight because I'll just get debated on that. But nevertheless, whether it's happening, we got to have systems in place where it doesn't matter what the gender of the jail guard is. We can do it and think of a more progressive model. So I just want to share those my points on this. And for now, Your Worship, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. As others have indicated, this is a very difficult subject, and it has given us all a lot of thought and consideration. I also went on the tour last Friday. I found it extremely informative, and I want to thank Mr. Dietrich and Superintendent Rupa for leading that. It answered some of my questions, many of my questions, and it allowed me to get a sense of what does go on in the cells, what the guards' job consists of, and how they perform them. I'm extremely impressed with our staff and the professionalism which I see there. And it was made very clear and very obvious that prisoner safety is the primary concern. The safety of the RCMP members and guards is the next concern, and dignity is very much a concern. I will support the motion as it stands. I know that there is a third option which has been suggested, And I would be able to live with that because it also does maintain gender-specific guards, but at the same time does allow us to show some cost saving. But I will only put forward that motion if the current motion on the floor does not pass. But I will support this motion. The core review recommendations, there are many, many of them, and a lot of them I concur with from what I have seen and read so far, but there are some that I do not accept, and this is one of them. That's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pratt.
I'm sorry for having to speak again, but in just listening to Councillor Yoakum, I absolutely agree with everything he said in terms of the need that is out there in many other areas. And to me, we shouldn't be taking money from one pot to another to pay for those supports, because I do believe that we need to support in other areas as well. And that was another recommendation of the core review, that we weren't putting enough money into social programs and that we needed to look at that was an area where we could beef things up. And I think we need to do that. But I don't think we should be doing it at the expense of this particular program. I believe it's a good program. I think it was well thought out in the beginning. I think it's come a long way. And as I said before, I believe this is a step backward if we don't do this. So I feel very strongly about this one.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, and I won't speak again on this. I just want to make it clear that this motion and the discussion that the women brought forward tonight is not about how men behave. It's not about how the guards behave. It is most importantly about how the women feel in a situation where they are compromised, they're vulnerable, and they are being observed in that state by a man. There is no question, I have no question that our guards are not, I just don't think that they are doing harmful acts, but to the women who are experiencing it, it causes great harm. And that really, in the end, is who we should be talking about. What is the effect on the individual who is on the receiving end of this treatment? Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for staff, please. Difficult topic, of course. Do guards, male or female, search any of their detained cellmates?
Your Worship, the prisoners are actually under the responsibility and management of the RCMP. I have instructed our guards that they are not to search the prisoners. That is an RCMP or sheriff's staff job to do. So no, they don't.
Thank you. And follow-up question. Several years ago now, at the urging of council and others, to invest in upgrades, and we heard that maybe some of the cells, and you used the word prisoners, and it's hard for me to say prisoner, but that, are you of the opinion, because you've been there, I think, since the time that we've done improvements and upgrades to surveillance and cameras and repositioning or the cells themselves, do you believe that improvements have been made satisfactorily to present more favorable dignity environments than existed before we invested?
Your Worship, for years the RCMP told us that our cells were substandard according to their modern standards. In 2013, Council allowed us to renovate. We spent almost $1 million renovating those cells to make them safer. One of the things that we did to protect the dignity of people, both genders, was to move the cameras. At one point, some cameras shone directly forward onto the toilet, and we've moved them all. The standard now for the RCMP is that the cameras have to be over the doorway, which is a sideways view. So we've done everything we can to take our particular physical building and make it as dignified and safe for those prisoners as we can.
Thank you. And just my last question. It's in relation to one of the speakers who indicated that when we went on the tour, and that anybody, it seemed like at any time, could view the screens. And I think that that's what I think, and I could be wrong, and I apologize if I'm wrong, that anybody at any time could sort of look over the screens kind of whenever they felt like it. The screens that, as far as I know, male or female or otherwise, are in behind closed. The only reason that we could see them is because we were on a tour. Did I interpret that to be, in your mind, it's sort of a rhetorical question, I guess, but I interpreted it to mean that anybody walking down there anywhere at any time could visualize. Am I?
Your Worship, I'm thankful for that question because I think it needed to be clarified. The cell block is in the highest security part of that building. No one is allowed to be in there. The fact that we had a council tour there was a very special circumstance just to allow council to see the situation. When we have open house, for instance, we clear the cell block. We make arrangements with another detachment that our prisoners actually go to Parksville when we have an open house so that there can be no prisoners there. So generally speaking, the only people that are in the cell block are police officers and staff that work there. Even staff, for instance, a records person isn't allowed to go down into cells and just hang out. So, and the other thing I wanted to say about that is that the monitoring, the monitors themselves have been placed in such a way as to minimize, given the physical constraints that we have, but to minimize anyone else from viewing those monitors. You might have noted that there is no glass in the openings in the cell block. That is, we used to have glass, like window glass, so people couldn't actually see through. That is now not allowed under the RCMP standard because one of the jobs of the guards is to be able to hear everything that's going on. And we found, and the RCMP have found through coroner's inquests in other locations, that when you put glass in there and block off the rooms that the guards sit in, that they can't often hear what's going on. So that's why it is the way it is. So there is a little bit of open area there, but the monitors are placed as best as we can so that they can't be viewed by anyone, like another prisoner being escorted down the hall.
Thank you. Councillor Kep.
Thank you very much. This is a tough subject, and dealing with women's issues is always tough, and it is a real stress for those people that are in that situation. I remember my first time walking into a universal bathroom, 1970, over in Europe. Third stall in, a woman sitting on the toilet. Canadian boy, I turned around, ran out of there. I was kind of shocked. Then everybody just started walking in and out. And I kind of changed my view of what a health issue was versus a sexual issue at that point in my life. It was a big change. We're sitting in here talking about UN and the critical things that happen in the UN. Well, I'm talking there about Baghdad Central, or Abu Ghraib, or Guantanamo Bay, and that's the reasons the UN gets into this situation. And there's no way we will tolerate any of that in our jail or our systems. The questions that I heard tonight were, and what I want to look at is from my view in the systems of the core review, what has been the effectiveness of this program? Do we actually have any fact that it made the women feel better? Or was that money, $3 million over 10 years, spent on that? What could we have done? Another women's shelter for $3 million? What could we have built to get real, more than value? Because a lot of this is the effectiveness of this program, and it's my feeling that those women maybe are feeling really bad. Or do they even notice that there's a man or a woman? Do they really even notice? Or, you know, I hate to say, and I hate to be this way, but sometimes people get into the point where their dignity is lost. They have lost their dignity. They have lost their shame, and they're into these situations. I didn't go to the thing last Friday, but I did go to the open houses. I've been to the jails before and not staying overnight. So for me, the effectiveness of this program, and I understand but the professionalism of our staff. Go to the hospital And it's a health issue. And people of all mixes deal with you. And I've had a number of operations over my life, and men and women dealing with me all the time. So I wonder, and my biggest thing here is we've done some excellent renovations to make the Dignity better. We spent a lot of money, $10 million over time, as Councillor Hong mentioned, the cost of it. I have a real concern with this. Maybe in 12 years ago, when the world was the way the world was, it's different now. And I think that I'm not certain I couldn't use this money in a better way and more effective, real fact-based effectiveness to help these people before they arrive in jail. So we are taking downloads now from our provincial government, and maybe this is one we have to take into consideration as a download and make something different. I totally disagree that a 12-year-old should be put in that situation, or a 14-year-old or a 15-year-old. And again, I look at some of the statistical information that I know, and I've looked across all of, I've been searching this out, what the federal government's been doing, what the provincial government's doing, what America's been doing, what Germany's been doing, just to look at this. And I think our money could be more effective with this. I trust the professionalism of the staff. Yes, there's been, I think the Kamloops situation was a gong show where people were watching, and that happened. And what happened to those officers was swift and immediate. And I don't think the specific gender issue now, to me, is a concern. I don't think it's appropriate anymore. So I can't support the motion that's on the floor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fuller.
2004, I believe I came to council supporting the same-sex monitoring. 2009, I was back again, supporting it. I had a lot of hope back then that the agencies that came and supported it as well were going to go out to the province, we're going to go out and try and make this an issue Canada-wide, but that never happened. It seems like, once it was there, people wandered away and it was a forgotten issue. We do some phenomenally great things in this city. We have coalitions that work with some of the street workers. We have coalition on homelessness. We've done some great things and set some huge huge programs and ways of doing things that could be looked at and taken up by other communities, and are being looked at and taken up by other communities. And unfortunately, this one does not seem to be taken up by any other community. Don't know why that is. We talk about that the women, many of the women that come in here have been abused in the past, and this is just another addition to that abuse. But we've got to stop the women from coming into the jail system. We've got to prevent it before that happens, not after it happens. Question for staff. Do any of our agencies in town, when we have women in cells, are they notified that there are women in cells and come out and offer services?
Your Worship, the prisoners are under the management of the RCMP. We are not a correctional facility. It is a holding cell, and I believe that when this topic arose the last time, the officer in charge of the detachment at the time declined any of those sorts of overtures, so no. Again, there are privacy issues. The RCMP just can't notify third parties that somebody's in cells, so they don't do that, no. Unless there's crisis response team required.
Well, it's interesting because when we have victim services that work with victims, one would presume that these are victims. And so no one putting them in touch with anything while they're in or as they're leaving, to me, is worse than what the core services asked us to do. Number one, you've got a potential savings of $360,000. Perhaps those monies could be set towards doing some of these things. Because it seems to me what we do when we do this is we just maintain the status quo. That's all we're doing, is maintaining the status quo. We're not doing anything really, but maintaining the status quo. I work with the homeless. I work with some of the street people in town, drug issues. Runs the gamut. Seen some stuff I never want to see again. And when I think I've seen it all, I'll see something new. This is a real tough one. And after years of supporting and watching, I'm not going to support the motion as it stands, because it's not solving a damn thing. It really isn't. Oh, excuse me. I shouldn't be swearing. I apologize for that. Unfortunately, that's just me. When I get emotional like this, I do that. I think there are better means to protect the dignity of everybody than what we're talking about. How about the dignity of these people when they're walking down the street and they're half naked because they can't afford the clothes to wear? How about that dignity? So at this point in time, I'm not going to support this motion as it stands.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Yeah, just on the question that Councillor Fuller raised to staff, the Kamloops Remand Centre, they contact people when there's women in, and they have dignity kits that they hand out. So I guess typically one jurisdiction would do as opposed, because they hand out dignity kits with showers and soaps and different things to their women prisoners, and they're notified, and they do that. So that's possibly a thing to look at here. There's a support program for those in jail, because I know Kamloops Remand Centre, they talk about that they do that, and they have no women guards in the Kamloops Remand Centre.
Your Worship, we do provide all prisoners with things like toothbrushes and all that sort of stuff as a matter of course when they need it. They're allowed to have showers and all that sort of stuff. But again, we're not a correctional facility, as a remand center may be part of that system. We're just a temporary holding cell, and prisoners stay there on average 14 hours. And then they're gone. I mean, the whole issue about having a prisoner, we don't want prisoners. We don't want them at all. They're a huge liability to the city and to the RCMP. So, 10, 12 years ago, we had 5,500 prisoners annually. Now we're down to 3,000 because the RCMP, it's not because crime has gone down. It's not because the police are doing a less of a job to catch people. It's because we don't want prisoners. And we do our best to not have prisoners. But we do provide them with the amenities that they need when they need them.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Through you to Steph again. Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Dietrich. It was one of the questions I wanted to ask you was, how many people, were in jails, holding cells previous, and then you've just said from 5,000 down to 3,000 So in a declining number. Can you attribute some of that to some of the new social programs that we have, some of the women's centers and Haven Society doing some of that work to alleviate those numbers? Or is this strictly RCMP saying that, let's just not put them in a jail cell and let them go? Is that helping? Or do we have more programs now than we did prior to?
Your Worship, I solely believe that it's the RCMP at this point doing what they call catch and release. So when a prisoner comes in, or an detainee, let's use that term, if depending on the seriousness of the crime, depending on that particular aspects of that detainee, whether they're suicidal or a risk of flight, etc., they're often just asked to make a promise to appear, and then they're released. Or they're given an undertaking that they promise to do something or not do something, and then they're released. And if they violate that, they breach that, then they get arrested again. Typically they do what they promise to do. In the old days, they didn't have that program, so they just stayed there until a justice of the peace said that they could go, or the sheriffs came to pick them up.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. If we were to go with option number 1, it says eliminating 4 permanent guard positions. I guess unions would be based on seniority, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It would be based solely on seniority, not on gender.
Okay, so then my question, I don't know if I can ask this, is how many of that are women?
Your Worship, at the moment, the most junior permanent guards are men.
So they would all be women?
No, I'm saying if people are going to be laid off, for instance, it's the junior people are men right now, not the women. So the women's, it's not that they're going to be laid off because they're women. They're actually senior to some of the men. So they would still maintain their jobs.
Okay, so my question with option number 1 is how many guards are we keeping? It says we're eliminating 4 permanent positions. Does that, I assume that we're going to keep 4 positions?
Your Worship, right now we have 1 male and 1 female guard, full-time, round-the-clock, 365 days of the year, including holidays. So there's 2 people, that's 8 full-time positions to do that.
Perfect.
And there are 2 part-time positions to help backfill and a whole bunch of casuals as well.
Okay, so my question is if we went with option number 1, if we were to eliminate 4 positions, of the 4 we eliminated, how many of those would be women? And you're saying none because all the juniors are male. Is that
of the
correct?
Permanent full-time employees? We have 2 vacancies. Perhaps I should make that clear too. So there are currently 2 vacancies that are being filled by temps. So those are already vacant. They were female positions. They're vacant. The other 2 positions that we would have to drop would be the 2 junior people on the seniority list, and they happen to be men at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you. Of the staff that's, just hypothetically speaking, because I don't know the union rules, the staff that's available now, regardless on how this, say it was 1, and there was 4, what Jerry was just saying, is there language in future agreements saying what's the numbers that are there saying a certain percentage could be women, females?
There's no gender-specific language in the collective agreement. Is that, yeah, that's correct.
Because you think that would be, that's not for me to take up, you think that would be there?
The place where the gender is specified is in the job posting.
Okay.
Not in the collective agreement.
So my question I have, some questions I have, is just so for clarity. If a person that's in a holding cell, like needed a necklace moved, or there's an example someone gave, our CMP member does that regardless.
Your Worship, absolutely. The only people that can actually come into contact with the detainee, are RCMP officers or sheriff's personnel.
My second question, thank you, Mr. Dietrich, for these questions, is the monitors, which I heard the conversation earlier on, which created some angst, and respectfully so. Either whoever's on duty, I think when Jerry touched on, anyone can see the monitor regardless of your gender.
No, the female cells are monitored in a separate room that is occupied by a female guard. Now, there are some monitors that have the common areas, hallways, and that. They have them both. And those are maybe the ones that are most likely to be viewed if you're walking down the hall. But the actual cells themselves are gender-specific viewing. So the male guards get only male cells, and the female guards only get female cells in their respective rooms, guard rooms.
Okay. So this is really where I'm struggling, is it seems such an archaic whole process about the whole thing. Like, we should have to be tackling this much sooner. And I'm really struggling with this whole concept. It's like we're stuck status quo and want to remain as is. and I don't want to remain, I'm not saying this to you, I'm just saying in general, sir, is I don't want to remain as is. I want to be more progressive. If this is progressive, I want to be more progressive. And how we do that is, I don't know, but if we could get some monies, and I'd rather have support workers out there and help the Haven Society, and like Jim said, we could have another group, etc. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud here, and it's really challenging. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Fuller.
Another question to staff. Is it common for other communities to only have one guard on duty at all times?
Your Worship, that again depends on the size of the community. Communities of Nanaimo's size have multiple guards. Communities such as Ladysmith, for instance, would have one guard on call. They don't have them on staff. We actually canvassed, there are 63 communities in British Columbia that are policed by the RCMP that are responsible to have a cell block. That's 50 plus detachments. We spent last week contacting every single one of those by phone, and every single one other than Nanaimo has cross-gender guarding. And some of them have multiple guards on at once. Surrey has 3 on. So the chances of having both genders on at the same time are pretty high in Surrey. There's other detachments where there is one female member in the entire detachment. So it depends on the size of the community.
Yeah. Thanks.
Councillor Brennan.
I just want to ask us to apply the same framework to healthcare that we're applying here today. So we know that heart health is a problem for North Americans. We know that there are certain things that can be done long before you end up needing bypass surgery. There's lots of stuff you can do. You can eat better. You can get more exercise. And we have a public health program that works really hard to get the word out, to change behaviors, to get people to stop smoking and doing all those things. But we don't stop doing open heart surgery. We don't stop providing health care for people whose hearts are vulnerable simply because we think we should shift the focus to catch them earlier and let those people who are in that situation just, sort of hobble along with a compromised heart. We don't do that. Why we would apply that, why we wouldn't apply that same standard to if there are people who are drug addicted, who are alcoholic, who have mental health issues, if we are saying we're going to stop this absolute for certain way of treating them with dignity, and instead we're going to put $300,000 into the community to change that, to change their drug addicted behavior, to change their alcoholism, to train all sorts of bad things out of them. But at the same time, we're not going to take care of them when they're in a situation that we've identified as being harmful to them. I just, I'm going to say this reminds me of the boardroom of 12 men. And the guy hits the gavel and says, I call the women's rights meeting to order. That's how it feels tonight.
Councillor, ladies and gentlemen, Councillor Pratt.
I have a question for staff, and that is, if we went with option 1, does that mean we still have 2 people on? Is it 2 people that are on right now? Always?
Your Worship, there are 2 guards on right now. And option 1 would say there would only be 1 guard.
That's right, and that's not acceptable in my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. First, I would like proof from Councillor Brennan that this is harmful to them. I don't see it being harmful. Have we polled these prisoners, detainees, saying that their experience was harmful to them? So I don't buy that to begin with. To say that open heart surgery, let's compare this to HIV. Yes. It was a problem. Education reduced it. Do we ever talk about it anymore?
Yes.
So education and treatment.
Councillor Hong has the floor.
And It's education. It was from 5,000 now down to 3,000. We're making progress. So to say that this is the cause, but we're just going to keep doing it. 800 last year for women. We're on track for 800 women this year. What are we doing different? What are we doing something different? Well, let's put this $360,000 to something different. Maybe we'll get 798. Yes, 2 less women. Better than the 800. Next year, 750. Great. 50 less. We're not making any progress with what we're doing right now. That is what bothers me. It bothers me that we were trying to be progressive and nobody picked up on it. Nobody else is doing it. How do you call that progressive? Let's change it. The numbers go up. Mr. Dietrich will tell us we have issues. Then we put women back on. How hard is that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. To the question of if there was 50% fewer guards, which would in turn mean 1 per shift, that's why we have permanent or temporary, rather, my apology, and casuals to call in the event that, and that's why we have a multitude of casuals trained to perform that function. Should this jail cells require additional coverage, not unlike, I'm suspecting, firefighters or police officers or whatever the case might be, that we have a system in place to call people in if we need them. Would that be accurate?
Your Worship, that is correct.
Thank you. And it's such a challenge to try to find analogies that, if we did this and if we did that and if we compare it to smoking or surgeries or otherwise. And I so didn't want to go there because it really takes you off topic, to be quite honest. And I'm certain that there's male doctors that perform heart surgery on females. And I'm sure that there's female doctors that perform heart surgery on males. And if I needed heart surgery, I wouldn't be considering which sex was going to be performing the surgery. I just would want the best person available to do it. So it's so hard to suggest that, the lens that we look through things, I think we all look through a lens differently today than we did 10 years ago and maybe 20, I think. And I know that my mind has changed on many issues that I was probably stereotyped my mind wouldn't be able to be altered or changed. And I think we're losing that stigma. I think we're losing that stereotypical in today's society. And I certainly see it on a daily basis through my kids and the people that they hang with, and different than the people that I hung with when I was a kid. So, things change. And whether or not we have an opportunity I do think we need to look at our social programs differently than we do, and that's why we've made it a priority. I'm sorry, that's what I thought we had, Ms. Brennan. I apologize if I just offended you, but I'm not scoffing when you're talking. So it's important that we all, and this is such a great topic. This is such a conversation that we have to have, that are hard to have. These are hard conversations to have in your own house, let alone out here in a public forum. So I think everybody's probably spoken. I think everybody's probably ready to cast a vote. Mr. Mayor, so that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
I'm not sure where I've heard this before, but I know I've heard it, and if I'm saying it and I'm coming up with it myself, then I think it's a great saying. Prevention is the cure. I've heard that. I hear it all the time, and I hear it in the medical community. I'm sure I do, because I know I'm not thinking of it myself. I'm not that intelligent. No one quotes me unless they want to quote me saying something bad, and maybe they'll quote that. say it's something bad. Focus is on prevention in a lot of areas. And I think the focus should be on prevention, because through prevention, you could get down to 1,000 prisoners instead of 3. You could get down to 500 prisoners instead of 3. And you could eventually get down to no prisoners in looking at a different way to deal with people. So prevention is a cure.
Councillor Pratt.
I agree with you, Councillor Fuller. Prevention is very, very important. And I tell you, if we end up with option 1 as the one that we end up voting for tonight, I'm going to be holding every one of your feet to the fire to spend that $340,000 on women's issues. But that isn't what we're talking about. We're talking about human dignity and the rights of women. And I cannot state it strongly enough that it is important to women and women who are vulnerable. We're not talking about someone in the hospital. We're not talking about someone needing heart surgery or whatever we're talking about. We're talking about a person who is drunk or on drugs and laying on the floor naked, and people are observing her. And I don't want it to be a man. I don't want it to be a man if my 15-year-old granddaughter, 13 years from now gets into trouble and is on drugs and is laying on a floor in a cell. I don't want a man looking at her. That's what we're talking about right now. And that's all we're talking about as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we're going to call a question. I think we've had adequate debate. Okay. There has been a motion. It has been moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor of the status quo. All those in favor of the status quo. All those opposed. Keep your hands in the air. Show that Councillor Hong, Councillor Yoakum, Councillor Bestwick, Councillor Fuller, and Councillor Kipp are opposed. Motion fails. Do we have alternate direction for staff? Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated earlier, should that motion not be successful, I would be prepared to move the third option on page 18 of our agenda, which I see, well, I'll make the motion first. And
thank you.
See if
Is there a seconder?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Thank you. And you wish to speak to it, Councillor Thorpe?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do. To me, this is a reasonable compromise position. I will admit that when I did the jail tour and learned what I did, some of my misgivings about female guards were allayed, but I still think it is preferable to have gender-specific guarding. Option number 3 allows us to maintain that. It allows us to avoid job layoffs. It allows us to still save some money. And to that extent, I think it is the best option of the 3 that we had in front of us. So I will support, or I will definitely hope that other councillors support the third option, which is to maintain permanent staffing at the current levels and find savings by no longer backfilling absent full-time guards, except when a female prisoner is lodged in cells and there is no female guard on duty. B, when a suicidal prisoner is being held. And or C, there are more than 11 prisoners in cells at one time. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councillor Brennan.
I'd like to add an amendment to that, if I could, please. I would move that the motion be amended to include a report back to council within 3 months to include the number of times women were in cells and there was a women guard had left, and the number of times women were brought in and a female guard had to be located under the casual system, and the amount of time that a prisoner was there without the appropriate guarding.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you.
Are you going to second the amendment?
No, I'm not. I'm going to suggest that rather than an amendment, it might be a separate motion following the vote on this motion. I don't honestly see it as an amendment. I see it as a request for information, which is separate.
We can do it that way if you wish, Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to second it?
I think she just withdrew it.
You withdrew?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. This is for Mike. On option 3 and 1, for $260K, if a female, if there's a suicide prisoner or 11 more prisoners at a time, one is one too many. Is that like the numbers are throwing me off a bit? Like, is that, it says the difference is $260K. How often? Ballparkish? Or, I'm not making sense, but.
We don't actually carry statistics on how many times there's a suicidal prisoner, so I really couldn't tell you. This is a potential savings of $100,000. We don't know for sure that that's what it's going to be. What that number represents is the amount of budget we have for casuals. And there's a presumption that if we don't backfill that we won't need those casuals, so that's where that $100,000 comes from. And it's rare nowadays that we have more than 11 prisoners. Used to be that way in the old days, particularly around Marine Festival and that sort of stuff. That doesn't occur anymore. So,
So follow up, please. So, if there was someone being presenting suicidal behavior, or 11, I want to stick to the suicide behavior or any behaviors that's distraught. Would you call emergency services? Would they not be out of the cell if they're getting to that state?
it all depends. Again, that's an operational question for the RCMP, but I think it depends on the situation. If they, again, we don't want prisoners. We certainly don't want suicidal prisoners. If they are going to be an imminent danger to themselves, then they'll be probably taken to the hospital and dealt with there, more likely than in our cell block.
So the reason I bring it up is I see the bullets in 3, and any of those bullets was real key and important.
Yeah.
I would not want them to think, oh, but if you went with 1, they're ignored.
I think those bullets are there as a safeguard just in case we needed to have that, have backfilling. The policy is going to say we don't backfill, but we needed some safeguards for instances when we needed to backfill. So that's why they're there.
Because I think if 1 was never in that position, I would assume there's policy or 1 would call if there's 11 prisoners in the cell or if there's a crisis happening.
Yeah.
Am I assuming sort of right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That clears.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Yeah, through the staff. The people that go into this position, is this a life position? Is it an entry-level position? What I'm saying is, do you have much turnover? How over the period of since 2004 to now, how many people have been hired and moved on to other jobs? How much management goes into making sure that it works?
Your Worship, it's an entry-level job in as much as we don't expect anyone that we hire to already have experience as a guard. It's very difficult to find those people. They do occasionally move to the community, but generally speaking, we will hire someone that's untrained and train them. We just had the honor of giving a 30-year award to one of our guards. Those guards, and he wasn't the only one that's been there for many, many, many years. So we don't have a huge turnover in the permanent guard, but we do with the casuals, because again, it's always a fine balance with the budget between giving a casual enough work so that they stay current and interested and keep coming back, and not blowing the budget and then they go away because they don't get enough work. So we do have a lot of turnover in the casuals. Some of them are getting experience. We just lost 2 to the RCMP. In fact, they're at training depot right now. And so that's the kind of thing that we see there. But generally speaking, the guards are there a long time.
Thank you.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you to you, to staff. So there's potential savings of $10,000. If I'm not mistaken, on 3A, female prisoners lodged in cells and there is no female guard on duty, then we would call a female person in. So theoretically, that $100,000 could be gone in a snap.
Again, Your Worship, this is an estimate based on what are the chances? We don't know.
Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. So, how long does it take to train a casual?
Your Worship, generally speaking, we put them through an on-the-job training. First of all, they have to have first aid training, which we don't do. They either come with that or we send them off to someone like St. John Ambulance or Red Cross. The actual training in the cell block, it occurs over a period of 1 to 2 blocks, so that's 48 to 96 hours, depending on the trainee themselves. But generally speaking, we allow for up to 2 blocks of training. And most of that is booking in and cleaning training.
And finally, how long does it take to get a security clearance?
Well, Your Worship, again, we're at the mercy of the RCMP for that, and it's getting to be about 7-8 months again. It's taking longer and longer.
So when we want to add a new person to the casual list for that, we may have to wait for 7 months to beef up the...
Your Worship, that's the case for all of our new hires, but yes.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt. No? Okay. No further questions. I'm going to call the question. On option number 3, all those in favor? Opposed? Show that Councillor Hong, Yocum, Bestwick, and Kip are opposed. The motion fails on a tie. So, do we have any alternative? Councillor Bestwick.
Move number 1.
Move number 1. Is there a seconder? Second. Seconded by Councillor Kip. Do you wish to speak to it? No? Okay, thank you. I see no speakers. Councillor Pratt.
Well, needless to say, I am extremely disappointed in this council. I do not believe this is the right way to go. I think this is a huge step backward. And I have a question to staff. Does this mean now that we will have 1 guard on duty, whereas the rest of the province has 2 guards on duty or more? Is that correct?
Again, Your Worship, I think there's obviously some issues around labor relations that we're going to have to deal with. So this isn't going to happen overnight. And there are communities that have 1 guard on. There are communities that have guards on call only. So communities our size may have 2 guards on. We didn't specifically ask that question when we canvassed the other communities. We just asked if they had gender-specific guarding or not.
But you did mention to us that most of them had 2 or 3 in some bigger cases.
I believe I said there are some out there that do that, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Again, I'm being repetitive, but I'm assuming those bullets in 3 could be used in 1, suicidal, 11 more than 11. Like, I'm sure there's policy. You have policy. If not, can you create policy around that type of stuff?
Your Worship, that's current RCMP policy, to have a suicidal prisoner have a close watch on them, and if there's more than 11 prisoners, yes.
So there's policy to safeguard that. That's my...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I see no further speakers. I call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Show Councillor Brennan, Mayor McKay, Councillor Thorpe, and Councillor Pratt opposed. Thank you. Motion passes. Next item. So, Ms. Armstrong, it'll be the old 14A.
We're going to be on the old 14A, which is the notice of motion regarding the secondary suite enforcement policy.
That's correct. Councillor Fuller, can you take the chair, please, as the acting mayor? Okay, where are we?
Okay, apparently we have 1 delegation on this item, which is Mr. Jeff Solomon. not gym as is in the agenda.
Jeff Solomon, 655 6th Street. And thank you very much for having me tonight. I'm speaking in favor of the motion before you. I believe that Nanaimo has been very progressive in the past with regards to the issue of secondary suites, but I'm not convinced that at this stage that that is currently the case. It's a difficult issue. I think we've talked about this before. For most municipalities, they struggle with the issue of secondary suites. It's not a difficult problem with regards to suites in new housing. The guidelines and the building requirements are very specific with regards to those matters, but existing suites that may have been in place for long periods of time, each community struggles with that issue. So what I've seen over the last while since I've been following the issue is that there's a constant stream of units being brought before council, requests for Section 57s, Section 72s. And I guess I just need to, or would hope to remind the council that each address that you have in front of you, it's actually someone's home. And it really is a matter that needs to be dealt with delicately. I've been told there's a very high percentage of compliance when the city becomes involved with the secondary suites. I guess what I'd like to say is that there should be some understanding that compliance means at times getting rid of the suites. That's chosen on many occasions. In my situation, or our situation, we would be compliant if we evicted our tenants and we got rid of our suites. So we would be considered compliant at that stage. You may also have been told that all suites would be compliant in one way or another if we just continued on the same path that's continued for the last while. We just continue to go through and bring these suites to highlight them and to deal with them. I guess what I would say to that is that in my experience, that may not be the case because there's an awful lot of unauthorized suites out there that the city may not be aware of, simply because there's such a volume, there's such a number of them. So I guess what I'd say is the bottom line for me is that suites are an important part of the housing stock. Replacing those units via publicly funded units is very cost prohibitive. So they're important. There's an important part of the public housing, and there's many factors to consider. But reviewing and tuning the policy is, in my mind, absolutely essential. I think that there was the request for review I believe it was either February or March of last year, or this year, excuse me. And I'm just hoping that that it's considered and done in a way that looks into a lot of the factors that have been brought to light. Again, I know it's a difficult issue, but I think it's an important one. So I'm hoping that that's the case. That's it. Is there any other questions or any questions?
Apparently, we're not even supposed to have delegations to notices of motion, so consider yourself lucky.
I obviously wasn't aware of that. And
it's new to me too, so that's something we've all learned something tonight. However, I do want to thank you for coming up, and there's no need to approve the delegation.
Okay.
So I'll speak to it, seeing as it's my notice of motion.
And I'll disappear. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. No, we're not going there. Yeah, so part of the reason why I'm bringing this notice of motion forward is we are working on an affordable housing strategy. It's one of our priorities, and secondary suites are a part of that strategy. So what I'm hoping we will do is review the secondary suite policy fully and then bring that forward with the rest of it. So when this motion comes forward, I believe is it next week or the week after? We don't have one on the 31st, do we?
We don't have one on the 31st.
Awesome. So on the 7th, this motion will be coming forward. So now we just simply move on, I guess. We've done core services. Delegations not related to the agenda. And we'll start with Ms. Marla Thorburn, Executive Director of the Unitarian Weather Shelter, and Mr. Kevin Griffith regarding the Unitarian Winter Weather Annual Shelter Funding Application. Okay.
Good evening. My name's Marla Thorburn. I live at 6631 Olds Road, Nanaimo. I'm the new executive director for the Unitarian Shelter. Homeless shelter, not animal shelter. Anyways, Your Worship and Council, to begin with, I'd like to explain a little bit about our shelter for any people listening that aren't aware of what we do. The Unitarian Shelter is Nanaimo's only extreme weather shelter. We are also the only low barrier shelter north of Duncan on the island. We're the only co-ed shelter in Nanaimo and the only shelter that can accommodate pets. We have 24 beds and are open from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. from November the 1st through until March 31st. We also offer a hot evening meal, breakfast in the morning, clean pajamas, clothing, and laundry facilities. Originally, we were staffed by volunteers, but over the years, we've transitioned to paid staff, with volunteers offering assistance and companionship to our guests. During the first 2 hours, we're open, someone to talk to or play cards with. I would like to thank the City of Nanaimo on behalf of the Unitarian Fellowship for getting us involved in this endeavor. Over the years, it's become part of our identity. The shelter's been operating for 8 years, since 2008. The City of Nanaimo originally asked us if we could operate an extreme weather shelter, only open when certain weather conditions were met. And then we were asked a few years later by the city if we could be open every night for the 5 months. Next, I'd like to explain the difference it makes for us to be open every night instead of just on the extreme weather nights. For our guests, it offers consistency. The homeless don't know when an extreme weather notice has been announced, so wouldn't know whether we'd be open or closed if we were only open for extreme weather. Last year, we had an average of 23 beds full every night out of our 24, for a total of 3,400 bed nights. For our staff, it offers regular hours instead of being on call. For our neighbors, especially the school across the street, they appreciate that we're open every night because when we were only open on extreme nights, they noticed an increase in vandalism and vagrants sleeping on the school grounds where they could find cover. And there was an increase of needles being found. For emergency service personnel, the RCMP emergency room, they have less incidents when we're open, making them available for true emergencies. It costs less to provide shelter for the homeless than to police them and have them end up spending the night in police custody or the emergency room. Finally, it's just the right thing to do, a humane way to treat people in need. For these reasons, I believe it's in everyone's best interest for us to remain open every night. Next, I'd like to explain a little bit about our funding. BC Housing covers our expenses for extreme weather nights. Municipal funding has traditionally covered the nights not considered extreme. Last winter, we received more funding from BC Housing than normal, with more nights being considered extreme weather nights. But we can't count on that happening again this year. Last year, we received $45,000 in funding from the city. We invoiced the city for the non-extreme nights and returned the difference, which was an amount of $10,800, which we refunded to the city. These funds have been earmarked for the shelter for this coming winter. I'm here tonight to ask that an additional $35,000 be earmarked for the shelter for this year. This is the minimum annual amount that we've received in past years. I've been working with John Horn, the city's social planner, and have agreed to charge the city less money per night than what we charge BC Housing, with the difference being made up through fundraising and support from the Unitarian congregation. We have a very small congregation, only 65 members, and there's a limit to the amount of fundraising we can do. We do donate a significant amount of volunteer hours to the shelter. So far this fiscal year, since July the 1st, we've raised $7,000 in donations for the shelter, some of this from local businesses and some from Unitarians. We also receive federal funding through the Homelessness Partnering Strategy. More of these funds are being directed each year to housing and less to the shelters. So we've seen our federal funding cut by 20% for each of the past 2 years. We're not asking the city to make up for this shortfall at this time, but instead we're applying for other grants and increasing our fundraising. I'm working on developing a 5-year business plan, which John Horn discussed with me, and I've received full support from our congregation and the board of directors. Tonight, I'm here looking for support from you. I'd like you to consider not just approving the $35,000 grant for this year, but also to direct staff to include funding our shelter in the city's annual budget, with the intent that funding our shelter saves money in other areas of the city budget. That concludes my part of the presentation. Our shelter coordinator, Kevin Griffith, is here with me, and he'll speak to you about some of the personal cases he's encountered and how he works with the John Howard Society and our community partners as a first point of contact to help our guests access more permanent housing and support services.
Well,
Thank you for your time.
thank you.
Good evening, Kevin Griffith, 6001 Pine Park Place, Nanaimo. Mayor, Council, yes. I want to talk to you a little bit about the human side of this. Right now, I have a 67-year-old man sitting in our parking lot in his car, sleeping there because he has nowhere else to go. He's there right now. He's open. We open on the 1st, which we will. These are the kind of things that are going on right now, and I'm sure there's more stories out there. I get calls from the crisis team every day about when we're going to open. Are we opening early? We were very lucky this year. BC Housing contacted me somewhere around the 10th of October and said, how soon could you be open if we needed you? This has never happened in my experience with the shelter ever before that we've been open before November 1st. I told them I can be open by the 15th, which is generally when I'm ready every year. So we did open the Saturday and Sunday when we had that terrible windstorm or the remnants of the tornado or hurricane, whatever it was. And we had limited guests. We had 6 each night. Fortunately, there were 6 of some of the most marginalized people. One individual who showed up had been actually evicted from the low barrier housing complex on Leslie Street. So not only do we provide shelter to those before they go into housing, we provide it to them after housing, because not everybody is successful. One would think that would be the most successful model for somebody like this individual, but it turns out it wasn't. We try to meet people where they're at, and I can honestly say we do that. I have a certain percentage of the staff that I hire are people that have changed their lives. They're people that 5 years ago you would have walked by and gone, oh my God. And today they're good members of our society. They're contributing citizens. They have self-worth. They feel good about it. And you know what? They really know how to run a shelter because they've been there. So when we really talk about meeting people where they're at, I have people that can meet them where they're at. People who have been there. People know how to get there. These are some of the extras that the shelter does. Last year, I had a young couple come in who spent most of the year previous on the street, mostly in the library and so forth. They're both now housed. It's a young couple, a guy and a girl. They're both housed, and they're actually taking courses up at the university. But that's not everybody we get into the shelter. Some people come back year after year. But every once in a while, you win a battle, and that's what we're there for. Yes, it is about shelter. Yes, it is about food. I think we've proven we're fiscally responsible. We returned money last year to the city. I don't know how many other agencies returned money to the city. I don't imagine there's too many. That was the money we used. Each year, somehow I managed to do it for less. I don't know how. I work hard. I get every donation I can get. And I save where I can. I think Marla pretty much summed it up in that we are looking for other sources. We've already approached other agencies and things, and we are starting to get donations on a regular basis now from some different companies in Nanaimo, which has been wonderful. We're going forward and looking for more donations. There's other irons we have in the fire, and there's some other grants we're going to apply for. We do not expect the city to fund this forever, at least full funding. But what we are asking is that the city will fund it for the next couple of years until we can get in place enough private or public grants so that we can alleviate that burden on the city. They said it costs $460 or whatever dollars a night to house somebody. The RCMP bring us people rather than the drunk tank on a regular basis, and we're quite happy to have them. I think that there's far better use of Nanaimo's policing than to throw people in the drunk tank when we're quite prepared to take them. And we have not yet had a problem with anybody they've dropped off. So I would like to thank City Council for everything they've done in the past, because they have stood up. To thank Mr. Canlon, who happens to be here, because he stood up. He stood up for social housing. And these were his constituents. These are his people. And it took a lot of courage, including mayor and council, to stand up to the people who were against the low barrier housing in the North End. We're a first point of contact for people. We're the ones they see first. They get to trust us. They get to know us. We don't preach. And then we can do a referral. It's really hard to do anything if you're hungry, tired, and cold. It's hard to look for a place. It's hard to look for a job. It's hard to do a lot of things. A couple days with food and a couple of days of good night's sleep, you're certainly better prepared to face what society throws at you than if you're hungry and cold. And that's all I have to say. All of you are welcome anytime for a tour. Just give me a call. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go away. We may have some questions. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you both very much for your presentation, and thank you for the good work that you do. Really appreciate your efforts, and I know that it is needed. I do have a question. You mentioned meals, and I'm just wondering if you work in conjunction or get food from the food bank.
There is a Food for You program, and we did look at that last year. There was just some concerns that we may be, because BC Housing does provide us with money for food as part of that contract, that it may be considered double dipping. However, with city money, we will be using the Food for You program, which is why I brought it down. I hope that we can kind of keep it as best separate as we can. Certainly, like I said, we had a pretty cold winter last year, so BC Housing bore the brunt of our funding. We are looking into that, though, the Food for You, and we've realized that it won't be a conflict for BC Housing. They don't feel it's a conflict. So that's definitely something we're going to do this year. It's not just about getting food cheaper, it's about getting food better. We do try to serve fruit every morning. We do serve fruit every morning, not try. There's bananas, oranges, and apples. Oranges and bananas everybody can eat, even if you don't have teeth or your teeth are compromised. So those are the proactive things we're doing. As far as, like you said, going to the food bank, yeah, that's something we're we're going to look at really
Okay.
seriously this year.
Thank you. I just thought it was a way you could maybe save a little bit of money. But I really appreciate the efforts you're making to help yourselves and look for sources of income and donations and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I do love it when people give money back to the city. If they're honest. It's great that you're also looking for funding from other sources and private and fundraising, because I think that is a key. When I look at organizations that should deserve public funded money, is what else are they doing to help and not just dipping into the taxpayer, no matter how you cut it, provincial, federal. It's one taxpayer. So it's great that you guys are doing that, and I fully support it. And I would love to support you for the next coming years, but I don't think we're at this stage where we're looking at other things where we're amending the plan, because I think it's probably going to have to go through committee. So I have no problem supporting your $35,000 for next year, but we'll definitely look at you for the future.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you both for the great work you do. Is it over on Townside, I believe? So, and you were probably in the House over that long debated, real challenging conversation in regards to the cross-gender. Thanks. So where I'm going with that is, I don't think I very articulately came across where I was coming from was the preventive measures. And you guys are doing the preventive measures. Like you just stated, sir, that RCV drop off people that could have went there, but they bring them to you, house them in your facility. So that's where I was trying to go with preventive. If we could be more of support. I know the request, I believe, was like $35K. But if we could somehow work them together, or not return money, or put on top of some family support workers, or I'm just generalizing the term. I don't know what we call it with adults. I just deal with children, but where we could help these individuals, not so they don't have to deal with the help with the mental health and whatever the problem may be, to help what brings them into those cells, unfortunately through addictions and whatnot. I totally get the scene. And that's where I was thinking, if we could free up money to get progressive and proactive in what you two are doing. So I look forward to being in support. So I was very clear on my decision of why, but it's for that reason, and not that it doesn't matter to me. It totally matters to me. And I look forward to the work you guys do and where we can be a support. That's where we got to put our resources. Exactly what's happening with the great work you guys are doing. So I wanted to lift my hands and thank the two of you, but also where we can work together. And we got to get this social planning, raise it up to the next level. And you guys obviously have got a good start. And I look forward to leaning on you both, where we can spend better and help reduce, as you heard the earlier conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. I really appreciate everything you're doing. You're in my neighborhood, and I do know what good work you do there. And I just so commend you for working with this very vulnerable population. To me, this ask is very small, and I myself feel that this is something that we should be doing to support you. And I will be making a motion later on that. So thank you for coming. Thank you for all the hard work that you do, because this is not an easy job. And I think you do see people fall through the cracks. It's really nice when someone actually has some success. So good for you and good for our community too. Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
Would it be possible to make the motion now instead of waiting?
Last year when we approached City Council, it was
Yeah. Yeah.
We approached you in March. Went to a committee, they changed that committee. I think that committee
Yeah.
got dropped.
So they have no funding for this year. That's the problem, right?
That's the
Yeah.
problem this
So
year, yeah.
so can I make the motion? But first off, I'd have to know if I'm in a conflict of interest, because I actually work with the chronically homeless.
No.
Are you sure? Everybody sure?
Councillor Fuller, we're going to receive the delegation
Okay.
first. Okay.
Cool. No.
Great.
And
Thank
if,
you.
Wendy makes the motion, I'll.
Okay. So I don't see any further questions. I just wanted to say, Kevin, it's Mr. Griffith. I'm sorry. It's nice to see you again, and you always work very, very hard at that project. Mrs. Thorburn, don't you have enough to do? Thank you, and I appreciate you stepping up to help with this effort. I know you've got a lot on your plate now.
This is supposed to be a very part-time job. So far, it hasn't proved that way.
Thank you very much for stepping up. You're very competent and capable. I want to thank you very much again. So, motion to receive the delegation, please. Councillor Brennan and seconded by Councillor Pratt. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, are there any motions or business arising from that delegation?
Yes. I would like to. Okay.
All right, Diane, you go ahead.
I'd like to move that the city provide the $35,000 as asked by the delegation for the program, for the extreme weather program.
Your Worship, may I suggest that it be referred to council or be referred to staff for review to report back?
Dale wants to say something.
Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Worship. A couple things that maybe I can offer, because I certainly understand that it's time sensitive. They're looking at opening November 1st and looking for some direction from council so that they can continue their 7-day-a-week operation. First thing I'd want to clarify, though, is if I heard the speakers this evening, my understanding is they're looking at $35,000, but also assuming that $10,000 that they didn't use last year would be coming back to them. So really, the request is for $45,000 if council was going to make a motion. The second thing I would say is if you're making a motion this evening, because you're essentially now amending your 2016 budget, you should be identifying a source for that funding. So my suggestion would be, if just for discussion purposes, it's been funded different ways in the past, but last year council chose to fund it out of your housing legacy reserve. So if council wanted to make that motion, part of that could be to direct the source of funding come from the housing reserve.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, this is time sensitive. The way the weather is going right now, I don't know if anything will qualify for extreme weather by November 1st, so this is very time sensitive. Councillor Brennan has made the motion. Would she be amenable to adding to it that the funding come from the Housing Legacy Reserve Fund? Thanks.
And 45, so I would have to add that 10. I assumed it was already in the budget. I thought they'd been told that, so yes.
Cool.
I'm happy with those changes.
Thank you. So that's been moved and seconded that $45,000 be awarded as requested.
From the housing.
And from the Housing Legacy Fund. And it's been moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item, Mr. Bill McCracken regarding water user rates. Thank you, Mr. McCracken.
I want to say my name is Bill McCracken. I live at 5821 Carrington Road in Nanaimo. I've lived here for 21 years. I'm just really impressed tonight with what I see as a business transpiring here tonight and the people who attend these meetings. I'm very impressed. It's been a great part of my education living in Nanaimo. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. And in the interest of being short and brief, I have prepared basically what I wanted to say to you. You all have it in front of you. So I think rather than go through it all in detail, I will try to just hit a couple of important, that I think are important points, and then I will I'll leave it there. So,
Mr. McCracken, if you could, in fact, the only notification that we got with respect to your delegation tonight was about 2 lines on the application that you made, and then we were delivered this tonight. We've not had an opportunity to go over it, so please be thorough.
Okay, I will then, and certainly entertain any questions. I want to thank you for this opportunity. I think this is a wonderful privilege living in a city like Nanaimo to have the opportunity to make these kind of issues and have them addressed. So I do appreciate this. And I understand your user rates, and I understand in technical terms they're called inclined block user rates. I'm a retired BC Hydro employee, so I understand about rates, and I know what inclined block rates are, and I understand the purpose of them, and I applaud the city for them. I understand the purpose is for water conservation, to avoid waste, and those are good purposes. And so I also very much appreciate the water that we have in Nanaimo. We have wonderful drinking water. I never buy bottled water unless we're going camping. Our water is wonderful. Bill Sims and his staff do a great job. And our rates, I think, are overall reasonable. So I want to applaud you all for the way you run our city. It's great. You also have some provision in the bylaws for adjustment to be made where there are leaks. And that's wise and fair. But my point is essentially that, and I was told that the circumstances when an adjustment can be made is limited by the bylaws. Now, as I looked on the website today and I looked at the bylaws, I don't see that in your bylaws. So either I'm only looking at an abbreviated version, or perhaps it's there and I didn't see it. So the reason I'm making the presentation tonight is that I was told that the only reasons that water bill can be adjusted is if there is a leak in the water main between the meter and the house, or if water leak is somewhere and it can't be determined. So those are the two fairly restrictive reasons that a water bill can be adjusted. Now, to be very brief, my situation is we have a water main coming into our house. There's a meter near the property line. 3 feet away from that is a box with a T going off to our sprinkler system. That's where the leak occurred, on a T off the main, in a box below grade, and because it's underground, we didn't know about it. Fortunately, I discovered the leak before the meter man came, and I had it repaired. However, when you look at my paperwork here, you see that it was roughly 86,000 gallons of water that leaked, which I was unaware of. And because of the impact of the inclined rates, what might have cost $200 instead sent me a bill for $786. So I am retired, and so that's significant. I was shocked at the amount of water. I have read the meter since, well, as soon as I got the bill, and I read it even again today, and the water use has dropped back down again to less than half a cubic foot per day. So we're certainly on track for a lower bill next time. But I hope that what I have written is fairly clear. My point is that 125,000 gallons of water billed on your rates was accurately calculated to $786.40. To compare that bill with my same period last year, the bill was $172 for only 39,000 gallons. That's a more normal amount of water to be used in 4 months. If I calculate the bill for this year, 125,000 gallons of water, which went through the meter, if I calculate it at the lowest step of the rate, the bill would be $200, $228.16 to be exact. So that's a very big difference. In effect, the penalty part of the inclined rate block really kicks in. So that's my point, is that as I read your bylaws, an adjustment is permitted if there is a leak on private property. I feel that I should qualify for that adjustment because the leak was on private property. It was underground, unknown to me. I certainly fixed it as soon as I could, as soon as I was aware of it. So whether the bylaw needs to be changed, whether policy just needs to be changed, I'm not sure. So that's the crux of my presentation. I'm just requesting that an adjustment be considered for these kind of situations. And my first thought when I got the bill, called the city, and I got off the phone, I thought, wow, if I was dear old Aunt Susie that got this bill, I would just be flabbergasted, devastated. I wouldn't know what to do. Because I understand metering and understand rates and, have some understanding of how things work, I wasn't so devastated, but my bank account sure took a hit. And so I'm requesting that this issue of when adjustments can be made, I certainly understand. I mean, the other part of this that really hurts me a little bit, I believe, if I understand the policies correctly, if I had pled ignorance and said, I have no idea where this water could go, if I had completely disavowed any knowledge of how a leak could occur, I might have qualified for a reduction. But because I'm honest, and I said, I found the leak, it was a brass fitting, a hole had corroded right through the fitting, and I fixed it. Because I'm honest, I have to pay the full amount. So it's the circumstances when an adjustment can be made that I'm taking issue with. And I hope that that's clear enough and that there can be some change in the direction for your staff. By the way, all of your staff were very courteous, knowledgeable. I was impressed with how the girls in the user rates department, every single one of them was courteous, helpful. So I have nothing but compliments for all of your staff, but I just would like to see a bit more flexibility. So thank you very much. And I leave this meeting tonight having learned a great deal about how our city operates, and I appreciate the education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't go away. Mr. McCray.
Yes, through your worship. If Mr. McCracken would like to schedule an appointment to come meet with me, we can have a discussion about this. It's always helpful to have residents' inputs in regards to ways that we can do our business better. So I would invite Mr. McCracken to please give me a call at City Hall, and we'll set up an appointment for next week to have a discussion.
Certainly. If I could have your name do you have a card? Or? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the delegation? Councillor Brennan. Okay. No questions for the delegations. For the delegation, move receipt, please. Councillor Kipp, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Brennan.
I just want to say to our staff here that I hope the discussion that you have with this man involves finding some relief for him. I would like to see that.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Yeah, I hope that they can work this out, because I actually just had a situation like this happen at my business. But I actually got a letter from the city saying, hey, your water usage is really high. You should look into it. And it was my hot water tank. It kept leaking down the drain hole, and it was extra $1,000 that I didn't notice, and happened for a long period of time. So I don't know how often we check the meters to see anomalies, but if I didn't get that letter, which is still $1,000 too late, it could have been a lot more. I paid it because it was my ignorance not to change my water hot water tank when it said 7 years life and it was 8 years. My fault.
Should have bought the lifetime warranty water heater, Councillor Hong.
I wish they had.
Mr. McRae, I've got a question for you, and that is, and you may not know the answer, and perhaps Mr. Lindsay may, and that is my next door neighbor just went through the same thing, and however, it was in the water, it was in the main line from the meter to the house. This would be treated the same way as anything like such as a running toilet, would it not? Running toilet starts continually running on and consumes a tremendous amount of water, and same situation.
I think what you're saying, Worship, is the practice that we've had is that the water main coming into the house, the city will work with the owner, but once the water enters the house and then if there's a fixture in the house that's leaking, if it's an oil tank or sorry, not an oil tank, a hot water tank or a toilet, then it becomes the responsibility of the owner to do the maintenance.
Great. Thank you. All right. So, next item. Mr. Tim Tessier, Director, Mr. Dave Poirier, Architect, Mr. Lauren Hildebrand, President, Nanaimo Deep Dive Association, regarding an introduction to a major tourism and education center. Gentlemen, thank you for being so patient, and you have upwards of 10 minutes.
Thank you, ladies, gentlemen, for what you're doing here for our city. My name is Tim Tessier. I live here in Nanaimo, and I'm a director with the Nanaimo Deep Discovery Association. On the screen, you can see a visual that our architect has developed. Our objective today is really to introduce and move forward our initiative to bring the Nanaimo Deep Discovery Center here. This facility will be a unique educational marine ocean experience, attracting local, regional, and global visitors to an exciting range of displays and activities, some static, some virtual, some interactive, and some living. It will reflect the history, engage with the present, and look to the future. As you can see by the list, we've got quite a group of people engaged in this project, looking to bring it to Nanaimo. What our association is committed to do is bringing this world-class experience to Nanaimo, establishing Nanaimo with an iconic destination for deep water experience in the Pacific Northwest. Imagine, beyond the price of admission, the layers of economic benefit that the Nanaimo Deep Discovery Center will establish for Nanaimo. Working in partnership with First Nations to showcase their connection with the oceans through the ages. Educational partnerships with VIU, UBC, UVic, as well as other global secondary institutions are available. Corporate and special interest groups that will expand our convention center prospects. Environmental, ecological, and climate change workshops and seminars. A vast display of deep water technology, and a virtual underwater experience, making this a do-over, go-to destination. Enhanced cruise ship visits, real estate growth, further establishing Nanaimo as a place to live. Into the future, sharing the same site, the Nanaimo Deep Discovery Center Village, will be opportunities to expand First Nations and local artisans, unique seafood cafes and food shops, retail, nautical, and deep water stores. The Nanaimo Deep Discovery Center will be a gathering place for local residents, visitors alike, bringing people back to Nanaimo's core.
Good evening. So we have three main exhibits as part of our facility. The first one is an experience for First Nations culture. As you can see on the left-hand side, there's an image of a person that is doing harvesting of what's called dentalium. Dentalium is the mollusk that you see at the bottom of the screen. And the dentalium is something that was harvested on the west coast of Vancouver Island for many years and was actually spread throughout North America as a source of trading and became currency. And so the technology used in the harvesting of dentalia is something that we want to be the first exhibit in our facility. We also, of course, hope to have other First Nation cultural activities as shown on the screen. The second area is deep sea technology. Nanaimo, Vancouver Island, and the south coast of British Columbia have been instrumental in worldwide undersea technology. You can see here there's some historical photographs, but also the newt suit, there's the exosuit, there's ROVs and other technologies that have been developed here in Nanaimo or within the 50 miles from here, all of which we want to showcase. The third experience is local marine ecology. 99% of the people who live in this region have never been under the sea. And so we have some great dive sites that showcase the local marine ecology, but also the education of the local marine ecology is something that we want to explore. I'm just going to skip that. So what we hope to do is have a facility that showcases these three and perhaps other experiences within the facility. We're hoping to do that by having a lower level that's actually submerged in a seawater habitat. And so you would go down, you would experience different exhibits, interactive displays, virtual environments, and even be able to go inside some of these technologies, submarines, etc., and be able to actually use ROVs. On the main level, we have a gathering space with our iconic figure of the harvesting of dentalia to bring you down to that level that we just discussed, but also supplement that with a gift shop, a cafe, a sunken seating area that you can actually look at undersea activity, a potential ocean discovery attraction that may be a moving theater to give you a better experience with respect to undersea activity. Above that, perhaps, of course, administration, but more importantly, educational workshops, and so that people can be exposed to not only the marine ecology, First Nations culture, but also the technology involved in deep sea exploration. Here's a potential image of this gathering space with, again, this iconic figure that will lead you visually down into the exhibit area. A potential view of an open entry to the facility. The sunken seating area where you might sit and look at the ROVs and be able to potentially even control them as an experience in the facility. And then, of course, a potential view from the waterfront with the tie into the waterfront walkway. All of these potential images are very preliminary, but we're hoping that we get input from various groups to help develop this concept.
Hi, I'm Lauren Hildebrand. And I just want to say a little bit about myself because I was part of the group that put down those ships that we use as artificial reefs that have created both a positive environmental effect and brought a lot of dive tourism from around the world. I'm also the executive director and co-owner of Edgewood, which is a Canadian treatment company that is world-class and people travel all over the world. I'm not saying that to blow my own horn. We have a group of people here supporting this organization that work with us that have, in their own fields, achieved as much success as I have. And so we have a tremendously strong group of people that's very, very, very committed to this project. We all believe in Nanaimo. We want to see something for Nanaimo that we can internationally be proud of. And this idea probably has been around in a few different versions. We know that the Finn Project tried to get going a number of years ago. Councillor Bill King attempted to do that. A number of other folks have tried to do it. But we think this idea, brought by Terry Knight and Phil Newton a little while ago, is in the right place and the right time to really make this thing happen. So what have we done in the last 6 months to kind of make this thing work? Well, we've created a legal entity. That legal entity has gone out and hired the contracts to start developing the idea, the results of which you've just seen. We've created some websites. We're going to look at a crowdfunding source. We have a number of different things that we've been doing. But what I'm really proud about is a number of conversations we've had with potential suppliers, potential donors, potential funders, and a number of other people in very informal conversations. And that vast number of meetings have always proven some very positive and successful results. So here we are at this point where we've done as much work as we possibly can. And clearly what all of those folks are now asking us is, you want to do this in Nanaimo? Is the city supportive of it? So we're coming to you here, and we're going to ask you for that support. And we're going to ask you that we can meet with some of the city staff to see if we can move some of this stuff along. Now, I get you're going to have lots of questions. We have lots of questions, too. Who's going to pay for this? How's it going to run when it's up and running? What exactly are the displays going to look like? Are we going to do a soaring over California style of ride that takes you into the Juan de Fuca Trench? How much environmental education impact can we put into this? There's lots of questions. But clearly, we can't really move much farther until we get some idea of whether or not the city's interested in this. So we recognize this is fairly fresh, but we do need to move on. We've got a lot of very dedicated volunteers that want to get going and start doing some of this stuff. So we're asking you, would you support in principle an idea like this? And would you direct city staff to help work with us to find a location? Thank you. That's 3 seconds.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegations, Council? Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, thank you. I think excellent. Our diving business has been huge, and since the Saskatchewan sinking and that, I think that's one of the first times that Nanaimo spent money outside of its own jurisdiction. I was around in those days, and it was an interesting one. A few years ago, I attended an event about a museum for dive stuff. Is this related?
This is kind of related in that we have this fellow in Vancouver called Phil Newton of the Newtsuit fame that has containers and containers of some amazing old diving equipment and technology. But this is not a museum. We clearly said that although some of displays of some of those things are very important, this needs to be much more than a museum. This has to have attractions where you get involved in the thing and you go on, moving experiences with 3D things. And we've contacted some of the great companies that do this stuff around the world, and we can really create some amazing, amazing things in this place. So it's not a museum, but it's certainly started from there, and it's certainly gone far past that.
Well, one other thing for me, for access to Newcastle Island, I want a glass tunnel underwater, made like a mine. This would connect with this perfectly, and we could have access to Newcastle Island. I'd love that.
Well, absolutely. We certainly are looking at costs, and we've looked at the more underwater you are, the more costs there are. But I guess I want to point out that we do have some very experienced business and administrative people, and we think we can put something together that is going to be cost-effective and work.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and likewise for your patience. This appears to me to be something of a nautical interactive science world concept. Would that be reasonable to think?
That's a very good analogy, yes.
Thank you. Clearly, one would be silly not to say that we're interested, but I don't know that I'm going to have the ability to tell you what level of interest and how far to go, and without more time to sit with you gentlemen and learn more about the project in principle. Clearly, you've done a tremendous amount of heavy lifting so far in legwork, and I'd love to sit down with you and learn more about what your goals and objectives and timelines and all of those things really look like. But I can't imagine why anybody would say, no, we're not interested, and then it becomes that thing that you said, money. And we'll have to have that conversation, I'm sure.
Your Worship, we think that if Council can give us some direction in terms of support, we are able to go back to some of our conversations that we've had with people so that when we do sit down with you, we can actually show you some real progress that we've made. And so, and if I was in a position of you, I'd be saying, well, who have you talked to? Where is the money? Who do you think you might go to? And we would much rather be able to come back and say, this is where we want to go. but it is very difficult for us to take this next step until we get something, and I appreciate your kind words.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. This is beautiful. It certainly is intriguing, and we have said many times at the council table that we need something unique and different, and this certainly fits with who we are. You're bringing in a real good First Nations component. That would be something we would be talking to our First Nation partners about. Certainly, it fits very well with the waterfront. So I am very intrigued by it, and I certainly do want to hear more. So I think, as in anything like this, we look to our staff to advise us on this kind of thing. And so I think this is something that I'm not sure exactly how we would go about this, and maybe I want to defer to Mr. McRae to guide me a little on how we would go about doing this.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm just getting used to using the microphones. Through Your Worship, Council could direct staff with a motion to meet with the entity in front and then report back on their findings. That could be the initial request of this Council. Once staff provides that, then Council can give additional direction should they wish.
Thank you. So I would certainly like to make that motion to refer this back to staff and to have you gentlemen meet with our staff. And I don't know whether any councillors would be involved in that at that point or whether it would strictly be staff at this point.
Through Your Worship, given this would be a sussing out, if you would, conversation, I think it would be better for us to meet with these individuals and be able to bring back a kind of a high-level summation before Council became involved.
Thank you. So I would like to make that motion that we refer this to staff and that staff and the gentlemen get together and have a chat and bring something back to us.
Okay, so there's a motion to refer, and that's seconded by Councillor Brannan. Are there any other questions for the delegation before we let them go? Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Not really a question, but first of all, I don't know what level, but definitely, I'm sure you asked supportive, definitely supportive. We'll hear how many times we need something iconic here, so I think it'd be great. I was just over at Science Road on the weekend with my young son, and it's just great watching, so imagine having something in our backyard. So in principle, I might support it absolutely and we can see how it goes from there. So I look forward to with Brad's work with you guys, and good work so far, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Was that to receive the delegation?
No. That was the motion that was on the floor. Now, motion for receive the delegation. Councillor Kemp, Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. All those in favor? Pardon me?
I thought we would receive the delegation first.
Thank you, Councillor. All those in favor? Yep. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Next delegation, Ms. Carol Featherson. Thank you, ma'am. Now, before you get started, we're getting close to the witching hour, so I'm going to need a motion from council to go beyond 11 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Kipp. Seconded by Councillor Hong. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Please, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Carol Featherston, and I am a resident of the city of Nanaimo. I'm here this evening because I've become aware of something across in my own property, but also I think it's happening all around the city of Nanaimo that I think you need to be aware of. And that is the fact that there is a number of multifamily dwellings going up, and I realize that you want densification in the city. I realize you want legal suites, et cetera. It's part of your mandate for the future. However, these properties were built across from me fairly recently in the spring. And there is a problem with these properties, and it's not just these two. I've seen them in other properties also. The bylaw states that these kind of properties are supposed to have, for each unit, 1.66 parking spaces. In other words, 3 1/3 parking spaces per unit is supposed to be there. As you can see, the developer has put in 1 garage, and he's paved over the front yard for 2 additional parking spaces. Where the .33 is, I have no idea. However, these are not usable for multifamily dwellings. If someone parks in the garage, he cannot get access to the street if cars are parked in front of him. If 2 people park in the front, then the garage is not usable. So this really becomes a parking bylaw that's useless. What's happening now is these people are parking on the street. And it's causing a lot of problems in my particular neighborhood. As I say, these multi-units are not granny suites. Downstairs in both units are couples. They each have a car. So each one of these parking units has 4 cars each. That's 8 cars built with 2 garages, which is a huge problem, I think. And I brought it forward because, see, these are the 2 properties that were built in here without the permission of the neighbors either. You can see the properties to the left are 1 story. They totally lost their privacy in the backyard. I want you to also notice the rocks in the right-hand property, and I'll tell you why. This is my property on Cottleview. It's a corner property. This is the view from my property with the cars parked there now. It's like I am in the middle of a parking lot. It is visually very ugly. Cars are ugly. I'm sorry, there's nothing attractive about those cars in my front yard. This is the property next to it. I have the white truck on the right and the car there started to park in front of my front yard. I thought, I'm looking at across the street. Do I really need to look at them in my front yard? I graciously asked the neighbors if they wouldn't mind parking around the side of my yard, and instead, that I didn't have to look at them directly out front. I put a couple planters there with some junipers in. The next thing I know, the bylaw police are knocking on my door and saying, could you please remove your pots with the junipers in? There's been a complaint. And I said, okay, I'll move them. I moved them back on what I thought was my property. There's a bank there. Next thing I know, they're confiscated and taken away, which was kind of upsetting because they're worth money. But I think what upset me even more is the fact that down the street there is a huge mobile home parked on the boulevard, and nobody has said anything about that. Around the corner, there are boats on trailers parked on the street. There are huge vans parked on the street, and they come and take my little pots. I'm beginning to really say, does Nanaimo have a visual sense of what's happening with these multifamily dwellings? I want to show you something else. At the foot of Hillside Drive, these are the new developments that are built on Cottle Lake. And these are multifamily dwellings. As you can see, the developers, because of the bylaws, which are now allow 11-foot frontages, have the whole front yard paved with cars. This is the backyard of these properties. You can see that the fence is built right up, and there's no landscaping in the back either. To me, this is like British row housing. Is this what you want for the city of Nanaimo? Is this what you want your residential neighborhoods to look like? And this is what's happening. I invite you to go look at these properties because they're happening everywhere around the city of Nanaimo. And what I am saying is that you really need to have a visual aesthetic sense too. It's not just about taxes. It's not just about making money. Do you really want your cities to look like these visual eyesores? Or do you want to have some streets? Or do you want to have some green space? Or do you want to have some cars parked in garages instead of all over the streets everywhere? So I'm asking you to re-examine the bylaws. It'd be lovely if to say these multifamily dwellings would at least have 2 garages. I don't think that would be too much to ask. But if they don't have 2 garages, at least if they're going to have 3 parking spaces, that they be directly accessible to the streets, because 1 car parked in front of the other is a useless parking space. If you have to go ask your neighbor or your tenant to move their cars all the time, it's not a useful parking space. So I think you really need to think of visual aesthetics. The other thing that I think you really need to think of, and it's bothered me a lot, is that the bylaw police are called, and I said, why did you not move the huge van down the street? Well, because nobody complained. And I'm thinking there's something very wrong in the city of Nanaimo if you have to rat on your neighbor to get some of these vehicles removed. They're all over the city, by the way. Drive in residential streets and you'll see these things. We're not Arrington, where you can park anything in your front yard, or we shouldn't be. And if you went to Victoria or Vancouver, there are bylaws concerning residential, recreational vehicles on private property. We need a visual aesthetic sense. It's nice to say it's my property, I can park anything I like there. No, your neighbor also sees what happens in your property. So I'm just asking you to really think a little bit more about these bylaws and think of a visual sense. You want Nanaimo to be a beautiful city and not to look like some of these developments that are happening all around the city. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't leave the podium yet. You may have some
by the way,
questions.
there was a couple more. Just hang on. Oh, that's the other end of these pictures. This is on my street. And that's parked there regularly. All these cars park there regularly. So this is what goes on in your residential neighborhoods, and the bylaw officers won't enforce those unless somebody complains, and people are reluctant to complain against their neighbor, even if it does bother them. Sorry, okay.
Thank you, ma'am. We certainly appreciate your patience tonight and appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Councillor Bestwick.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
For listening to me.
This is something that I think that some or many of us have spoken about on many occasions. And I will just use the phrase that I've used before. Sometimes we have to think about how dense is dense, and how dense do we need to be? And
especially
I
infill
concur.
housing in existing neighborhoods, because people see these housing to be very incongruous to the existing housing that's there, right? And so infill housing, you really need to think twice about what's being built in existing neighborhoods.
I'll just finish with saying thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fuller. Don't leave, ma'am.
I take it now you're aware that things are dealt with when there's a complaint.
By what?
By complaint.
Yes.
You had your planters taken by complaint, and now they're gone. I would wonder if the city took those anywhere, and if we have them and they can be replaced. But I'd also wonder if you'd like to make a complaint about all of those vehicles that are parked in your neighborhood. And maybe something could be done about them, because we have to do things by complaint in this city. So it's just a thought.
I don't want to alienate my neighbors,
I hear
and that's
you.
why
Yeah.
I gave a friendly letter saying, please, if you want to park around the
There you go.
side, feel free, etc. I mean, maybe just spread it out a little bit, but I still think there's a real problem with residential units being built with one garage.
Well, you take a look at that and you can see it. And like Councillor Bestwick says, sometimes we really need to shake our heads and take a look at things. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Ms. Featherston, I really do appreciate you coming tonight and giving us this visual, because a visual makes all the difference in the world. All we do is, if there's variances of any kind, then we approve subdivisions. If there is no variances, we don't. The developer owns the land, and if he's within the code, then he's fine to build. But this is something that is clearly an issue, and we can see that this is an issue just by looking at your pictures. So I really appreciate you coming tonight, and I'm not sure how we go about doing anything to rectify this, but you've certainly made it clear in my mind that I need to be more careful and look where things are being built and how dense they're being built and what the parking issues are.
This particular development, by the way, is right on Cottle Wetlands Lake, and the bylaws were changed re-wetlands. So that fill and those properties are a few feet away from the Cottle Headlands. You know, and I'm thinking, how sad is that?
How does that
you know, Nanaimo is not a little more forward thinking about their wetlands, you know.
Thank you for your input.
Okay,
It's
thank
very valuable.
Don't go away. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I just wanted to correct you with that ratio of 1.6. These are not, it would not apply to that ratio. This applies to bigger complexes. So that number, if Dale can correct me, but just want to make sure that you got that information correct.
Well, these are multifamily, though.
No.
I understand for the residents in the area they are.
Mr. Lindsay.
Your Worship, all of the dwellings that have been shown this evening, they're all, under our bylaw, considered single-family homes. They were approved by subdivision under single-family zoning. So the parking requirements for single-family homes are two parking stalls for the single-family and one additional if the house contains a suite.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Thank you very much. If I can, Dick's Road is just behind those trees right there. Dick's Road is just behind those trees. This property went right through the wetland and up the other side. That was the side of the property. Hillside. It went right up, but it went right up on the other side of the lake.
Yeah.
And the developers of this came to us originally with a 4-house subdivision and donated the whole part of the land across the other side of the water as parkland. And they donated, I believe, quite a few acres, and the wetland that was donated as green space with this development. Then they came back to us for a variance, and I guess this is that slow creep in an area. And I got to declare that I probably designed your house through Cottleview, because I designed a bunch and built with Croto Homes and a bunch of companies through houses in there. So this is creep, because originally I think it had 4 houses on it, and then when they dedicated the rest of the land for park, and I think it's quite a bit of acreage, to increase the Lindley Valley Park and protect the wetland. That's why those houses are crunched up in their backyard. So the council, and each one of those is an R1 that allows a secondary suite in it for that density issue. And I guess the other thing that is I bet you all of those garages are full of stuff. And most every garage in town is full of stuff.
Not all of them, but I know when those properties across the street from me were built, I went inside the houses and looked around. There was practically no closet space. No wonder people are using their garages. The developers are cutting corners on closets, you know.
I didn't design those ones. Yours has closets. Yeah. Broom closets everywhere. But that's the trouble, is we get creep and we get trade-offs. So the person is donating a lot of land to us. So that's why the density in that one is there. And it was I know when I made the decision on that, it was a trade-off to get that green space behind it, the wetland protected, the hill on the other side into the park, that we gave a bit of density bonusing, which seemed to compact that neighborhood and exacerbate the problem on that, because it is it's an access road that all of those deal off of.
Well, I mean, you don't even see it all, but in front of these houses on the other side, there's 2 other very steep properties being built there too. But the land they donated on the other side of the wetlands is cliff practically. So, I mean, they say it's parkland, but it's really cliff. Nothing could have been built there really, realistically.
But it's protected green space from the wetland.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Seconder? Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item, or is there any business arising from that delegation? All right, then, thank you. Next item, Mr. Ron Cantillon, past chair, Mr. George Hansen, president of the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance, requesting funding for an initiative to expand and diversify wood manufacturing opportunities on Vancouver Island. Mr. Cantillon.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing our pitch today. The Vancouver Island Economic Alliance is a partnership, a society of businesses and governments, including yours, who are members, thank you, from Port Hardy down to Victoria. And our mission really is to encourage the development of new economic opportunities. And we do that in several ways. Our summit will be later this week, in which we bring ideas from all over to kind of stimulate local businessmen to look for different opportunities. The second way is collaboration. We try to put people together to maybe multiply the effect of one business by having it 2 or 3 work on a project. And the third way is advocacy. We stand up and work for businesses and or governments, for that matter, that have issues, either with the federal or provincial government or among themselves, and we try to help work it out. One of the opportunities we've missed, speaking of opportunities, is pertains to the fact that we ship probably 1/3 of our logging harvest as round logs out overseas. We're missing an opportunity to do further manufacturing of those logs and stimulate the economy and create new jobs and new opportunities. We've therefore commissioned a study which basically is going to look at the economic opportunities for wood sector value-added development. We have many partners in this, and I'll turn it over to George. But basically, we need to do a study, and this is just for Vancouver Island. Other studies have been done for Vancouver in a macro way and for BC. But this is just to relate to the people whom we represent, businesses and governments on Vancouver Island, to see what we can do, what's the opportunity, what are the baselines, where do we go from here, how do we get there? George.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So we are here this evening to request the City of Nanaimo to contribute $5,000 to a project that we are about to initiate. The Vancouver Island Economic Alliance has had a diversification of the forest and wood industries as a priority for several years, believing that our natural resource, wood fiber, has been underutilized and that significant potential exists for family-sustaining employment and wealth generation. Earlier this year, the Economic Alliance partnered with BC Wood and the Canadian Wood Council to conduct a series of dialogues in 7 communities from Victoria to Port Hardy, Nanaimo included, engaging more than 100 people who are directly involved with secondary manufacturing. The purpose of this series was to identify concrete actions to move the sector forward. This work has revealed 3 distinct opportunities to provide tangible outcomes to strengthen this industry and our economy. The timing is critical. With fiber supply diminishing in the BC interior as the beetle kill harvest winds down, pressure will increase for primary industry volumes to come from the coastal region. With Island First Nations gaining more control of timber licenses as part of settlements, a window of opportunity exists to help ensure potential for jobs and wealth generation if new industries can be developed. We think that the future of island forestry and wood manufacturing can be bright, and actions must be taken now. Our project has 3 objectives. We will conduct industry research to locate and identify value-added wood manufacturers on Vancouver Island and communicate with them regarding their growth potential, limiting barriers, and target market specifics. We will assess their desire and capacity to expand, as well as their readiness to participate in an industry marketing initiative. With this inventory complete, we will calculate the economic impact of value-added wood manufacturing at the community and regional levels. This data will show the stability or vulnerability of the industry in the context of existing and potential markets, along with fiber supply and labor market. Finally, we will conduct industry and market research for 3 investment opportunities to bring new wood manufacturing industries to Vancouver Island. Hemlock and balsam represent 60% of the wood fiber grown on Vancouver Island. These species have long been regarded as barriers to industry diversification because they do not fit the standard requirements of primary industries. Finding a solution to this conundrum has been one of the objectives of VAIA's work over the last 2 years. In the recent dialogue process, 3 products that are not manufactured on Vancouver Island and for which there is growing demand internationally have emerged as ideal uses for hemlock and balsam: glulam manufacturing, wood fiber insulation, and pressure-treated wood for exterior applications. There are opportunities for product plants that could benefit everyone on the island and help maximize this underutilized fiber. This includes the possibility of locating a glulam plant, a wood fiber insulation plant, and pressure-treated wood production plant to replace products that are presently being imported to Vancouver Island. An analysis of the key findings by VAIA BC Wood, and the Canadian Wood Council has led us to agree on this series of activities. The expected project start date is November 2016, and the expected project completion date is October 2017, so approximately 1 year. The Vancouver Island Economic Alliance is a non-government, non-profit society operating on revenue generated from membership fees, corporate sponsorships, and gate receipts from events. VAIA simply does not have the financial resources to fund such projects without substantial assistance. Thus, we are raising $60,000 for this project. We have invested our own seed money over the past 2 years to get us to this point, and VAIA is further able to commit up to $10,000 to achieve this set of tasks. As core partners, BC Wood and the Canadian Wood Council see tremendous value in leveraging their knowledge with the network, research, and engagement of VAIA can provide across Vancouver Island. And our project partners so far include BC Wood, Canadian Wood Council, Cowichan Valley Regional District, City of Campbell River, City of Port Alberni Port Authority, Nanaimo Port Authority, Seaspan Ferries, Britco, Harmac Pacific. More than 100 industry, community, and First Nation stakeholders participated in our dialogue process in forming this project objectives, and we will continue with these stakeholders and others who contribute to this project as we move forward. Thank you for your consideration.
Well,
Thank
first, may I apologize to George? I'm supposed to be the guy who asks for money. And we will be looking for a motion to support this in the tune of $5,000. But you're not the only people I'm going after, and we've succeeded so far. You mentioned Harmac and some others, and there'll be other partners that we're going to look for in Nanaimo and up and down the island. So thank you for hearing us, and we're ready for questions. George takes the questions.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Is a production or manufacturing of hemlock and balsam happening anywhere else in the province?
Well, hemlock and balsam are particularly species that grow a lot in the coastal region, so in Vancouver Island and the BC coast. So in the interior, it's not an issue.
But is it, because the mention is that, my question is whether or not, so we have the resource.
Yes.
And today, there's nothing being done with that resource. That doesn't represent any of the 35% that's being shipped off.
That resource is being used at a primary level because it hasn't fit the manufacturing that has traditionally been done on the island and in BC. But these other products, which are relatively new, have not fit into the historic industry, and therefore these fibers that have been a problem for secondary manufacturing up till now are now ripe for being used at a higher level and creating more jobs and more wealth on the island.
Thank you. I was just wondering if there was an example of where this product's been used for something that we could maybe, since we've got it here, we can start. So it's a 1-year project to get the report done.
Yes.
And multiple stakeholders have committed to the project.
Yes.
And the $5,000 ask would be somewhere in what percent of what the cost to produce the report's going to be?
Well, the report is going to cost in the vicinity of $60,000 to $70,000, and the $5,000 would be part of that number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. You got a question with respect to receipt?
No, I thought we were done that already.
No, we're going to call the question. Okay, thank you.
I thought we did.
Councillor Bestwick, do you have a question with respect to receipt?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Bestwick.
I was just going to make a motion that we provide $5,000 to the initiative to support the report or from VA as it relates to the request. It's not very well presented, but I apologize for that. It's a little bit late.
I think we've all got it. Councillor Yocum.
Second in the motion, support the request of 5K.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. Staff level 3. Mr. Lindsay.
Sorry, I'll jump in here. As with the last request, if we're talking about funds now in the current council cycle, we should identify where those funds are coming from. So I would suggest that if this is something council was considering, that you may want to consider your council contingency fund.
Thank you. So amend the motion to read that that the funding would come from the council contingency fund. And is the seconder? Yes. Thank you. Friendly to that. Thank you. Thank you, staff level 3. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So we have 7 more late delegations on the item of, brought forward by Councillor Kipp, on the item of the DNBIA. The first one is Mr. Kevin Shaw. You'll be given 5 minutes each.
Good evening, Kevin Shaw, Nanaimo. Since 1947, my family has owned property and lived downtown. We have paid taxes to the city for almost 70 years. And since 1988, we and over 300 downtown commercial property owners are taxed yearly an extra business improvement area levy. This year, together, we paid $230,000, and taxpayers throughout Nanaimo match that. Roughly $500,000 annually going to the Downtown Nanaimo Business Improvement Association. But it is running at a $65,000 yearly deficit. What is being done with our money? Right now, the city is deciding its core efficiencies. Last month, the DNBIA appeared before you with what it did this year. 7 half pages of a few photos and just 11 bullets of its programs and projects. The first, beautification. But unfortunately, I have not seen really anything, although each year I hear of studies and charades and talk. Half a dozen years ago, the city gave the BIA Diana Krall Plaza. Unfortunately, it still sits mainly vacant. Half to 3/4 of the BIA's budget goes to wages and administration. So what's left to clean up the deteriorating streetscape, now embedded more and more with illegal drug use and selling, extensive panhandling, sleeping and defecation in doorways? The BIA has a safety and security committee with no minutes listed on the web and only a few $1,000 earmarked for an anti-graffiti program, vandalism, and broken glass. The city needs to get on the problems now. Our downtown is heading towards a downtown Vancouver East Side where no one will come to even drive by, never mind shop, live, eat, and play. In 2008, 51.29%, that's 159 of the 310 property owners in BIA 1 voted against supporting the previous BIA, the Downtown Nanaimo Partnership. The huge debacle ended with the city folding and restructuring it. Now, 8 years later, what is really happening with the $500,000 annually to improve the downtown? The core review recommends cutting the BIA's matching funds, stating there is not authority under the bylaws to continue the payment. So has it been legal or not? And if you're thinking about giving capital funding for special projects, be cautious. Previous BIA administrations helped buy buildings like 25 Victoria Road, trumpeting they would ignite the downtown economy, only to have those areas still stagnant. Now would be a good time for the city to redraw and shrink the large BIA 1 boundary, which takes money from areas that get back absolutely nothing. They don't even have sidewalks or decent lighting. And to make it finally a fair democratic vote for us, the city must prepare now for the BIA renewal and only approve the association the use of the petition of support method under the BC Community Charter. If this city was to again approve the Negative Billing Council initiative for use, whereas if we don't send in a vote, it gets counted as a yes, we'll be met with a huge firestorm. Because even if half the property owners say no, those properties must then represent more than half the area's total value. The whole process is one-sided, and if you're rich, you then get a bigger weighted vote. Is that even constitutional? Would there be a hole if the BIA was not around? Well, grassroots organizations would form doing stuff without a mid-level bureaucracy. This year, the one block of Victoria Crescent paid $10,000 to the BIA. In 28 years, that may have amounted to $250,000. Our Crescent looks like hell. And what about the other areas? Time is up. The meetings, soirees, cocktail parties, they've gone on far too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't see any questions for you.
Thank you. I've got something here, and I'll drop a copy of my speech off with the city clerk, please. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Kipp, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Fuller. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, Mr. Dave Lawrence.
Hello, Dave Lawrence, Nanaimo. I was going to have a much longer speech, but it's very late. I've owned a business downtown Nanaimo for 9.5 years now. I've been very upset to see how the Downtown Business Association has gone. I haven't seen much of what they've done for the downtown. I haven't seen much improving. With that, we started a group, the Victoria Crescent Association. We're trying to improve our block as we see fit. We went and cleaned up a bunch of the debris from the Gene Burns building. It wasn't getting done, so some of our members went and did that. What we're looking for is the tax money from the buildings that are on our block, that our association could have that money so we could do more things to improve our area, fixing up the China steps, adding more art, just bringing much more color to our neighborhood, possibly maybe even bringing some private security to help out with all the issues we've been having lately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Kipp, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next delegation, Mr. Dan Scar.
People work late.
Thank you, sir.
Past my bedtime. Dan Scar, Nanaimo. I own land at 120 and 118 Fry Street, which is below Esplanade, above the rail tracks and the sawmill. And we've done business there for 40 years, since 1976. And as far as the business improvement area goes, we get no benefit from it. We never have. And prior to 2008, it was easy. The neighbors got together, Gordy Carlson and Jack Daniels, and the guys along the Mindy Mayor was in there, I think, and we just opt out, and it wasn't a problem. It took somebody to remind everybody else to opt out of it. After 2008, when they changed the areas, it got crazy. We couldn't, in our area is the Port Mall and downtown and everything else, and we're industrial. There's absolutely no way we could benefit from business improvement. I mean, they can't, nobody gets off a cruise ship and comes and buys at my place. We're industrial. We don't have any reason to have these people here at all. I think the whole thing should go down the road, but I really don't. What sticks in my craw is that the value of my vote has a dollar value on it. And anybody I've ever told about this, I told CFIB people and the Taxpayer Federation, and they said, well, that can't be. We're a democracy. You can't put a dollar value on a vote, but you have, and you've become bill collectors for an old boys club that apparently, from what I've seen, don't spend the money wisely. So that's basically all I've got to say is we've been in business for 40 years. Ever since the improvement areas came around and we're forced into paying our taxes, and you people are matching it, so I'm doubling down, I'm paying twice. We've got no use for it, and I think it's time the whole thing was just scrapped. You could spend your money to Haven House. I do. You know, I'd rather give my money to Haven House than to the improvement area. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Just a sec. Any questions for the speaker? I see none. Thank you, sir. You can go now.
Oh.
Thank you. Move receipt. Councillor Kipp, seconded by Councillor Hong. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next speaker, Mr. Richard Payne.
Good night. My name is Richard Payne. I am a resident of Nanaimo. I'm also a small business owner in the Victoria Crescent area. I've been asked by the other businesses that have come together, and we've had a chance to talk about the business improvement. I have had a business in Nanaimo for about 20 years, but have just recently opened a business about the past 10 months in the downtown area. I never even really heard or knew anything about the business association except for told by the other businesses there, so they really haven't affected me in a positive way. I know myself for my business, many times I have to go out in the morning, perhaps because of the bars and stuff like that, and sweep up butts and pick up papers and pick up cups and garbage that is left outside from the evening before. There has been times when I've actually had to call the city and request that they come and pick up the garbage because the garbage bins were so full and overflowing, there wasn't actually no capability of putting any more garbage in there. Now, for the benefits of this, I don't really see any benefits from this association that they have, and I would really would rather the money go into better things. Like at one time I worked in the DMP, downtown security. I don't see that we have as much security downtown, and we do definitely have a problem with panhandlers and street people hanging out in front of our stores and bothering our people, trying to get by and leaving their butts and leaving their stuff and behind and harassing people as they panhandle. So it would be my opinion that if we are spending this money, that it would be better allocated in other areas into whether it be security, whether it be better maintenance of the downtown, earlier cleanups in the morning, cleaning up of the people, or cleaning up of the garbage and that kind of stuff to make the downtown core look a little less like Hastings Street. So that's about all I really have to say on that. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions for you. Motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Thorpe, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hong. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next speaker, Mr. George Oliver. Followed by Jean Lemieux, followed by Cliff Wiltshire.
Oh, hi. Yes, George Oliver. I just own a piece of property down on Victoria Crescent. And I guess a lot of things have already been said, but that I agree with. But maybe when you come to consider the renewal of this Downtown Business Association, as far as I could see, all you really need is an events organizer. And you don't need this elaborate structure of separate offices and 4 people working thing. What about just one person in City Hall in one of the rooms using the internet and all the facilities of City Hall or one of its annexes and accomplish the same goal of having events organized in the downtown throughout the year at a much lower cost? Say something like $40,000 to $80,000 would be adequate, I think, So I think this thing's ballooned and gotten bigger, and it deserves to get cut down a little bit. If you're going to cut something, this may be the thing to cut. It's not a prison that we're dealing with or anything else. This is I wouldn't say it's a frill because I'm involved in the entertainment industry myself, but I think it could be more efficiently done with just an events organizer, as far as I can see. So,
thank you, sir. We have a question for you. Councillor Kemp.
No question. Thank you very much for going and cleaning up China Steps one night when you got tired of the mess.
Yeah, I wonder why the city didn't do a proper job. I saw them sort of giving it a half-hearted effort, and then they had to go and do something else, I guess. But,
thanks to you and Kevin for that extra work.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Move receipt. Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Hong. Thank you. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Next speaker, Jean Lemieux.
Good evening, Your Worship, Council. I own a record store on Victoria Crescent. It's been 6 years now. I painted the place, cleaned it up, opened the alley, got the backyard happening, and I'm waiting for events to happen. Last year I was very disappointed that the road was closed, so it was pretty lonely at our end here in the Victoria Crescent. I have nothing against the city. The block is clean. It's been policed. Garbage been picked up very well because we got lots of transients in our area and street people. The BNA, all I could get for the past 6 years is posters from them telling me what's happening in Diacral Plaza at the old city quarter. It's a bit depressing, I guess, because I would have hoped that they would actually promote our area a little bit with the restaurants, the smoking areas, basically all the entertainment that the hotels provide in this area. We've talked a bit to the co-op and the gas station, which is trying to clean their act together. That's supposed to be ourselves that do that, because we can't expect the city actually to help us. But the Downtown Business Association doesn't seem to really help us. Hence, I'm here. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions for you. Move receipt of the delegation. Councillor Kipp, second by Councillor Hong. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. And last but not least, Mr. Cliff Wiltshire. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. You're lucky I'm tired. I'm not going to talk your ears off, but I would like to address you. Some of the council members know me. I operate several businesses on Victoria Crescent. My head office is on Victoria Crescent. I have 14 full-time female employees that work on Victoria Crescent, as well as another 20-odd full-time employees in other parts of Nanaimo. I located my business on Victoria Crescent roughly 8 years ago. Shortly thereafter, I became aware of this BIA's, Business Development Association, that was to help me as a growing business to grow my business. And I approached them and I asked them, what could you do for me as a growing business? Well, they didn't like my business model. I own Rastatrol, is one of the companies that I own. It's a pipe store. We sell. There's another pipe store on the corner. There was a demand for the business. I opened it. It's very successful today. It's been in operation ever since. They didn't like my business model. They would not put me in their advertisements. I orchestrated several events. Jerry actually participated in one. But BIA, not interested. Don't like your business model. Not willing to help you at all. Okay? Wouldn't advertise our business, wouldn't promote our business, wouldn't be involved in any events or activities that we wanted to promote, regardless of the nature of those events and activities. All good. You know what? I didn't care. We did them anyways. We had a great time. We made money. It's all good. The business is growing. It's extremely strong and getting better every year. I expect by this time next year, I'll probably have at least 50 full-time employees in Nanaimo. But I'm not here to talk about what my business is and how I run my business. I'm here to talk about the BIA and what they do for me and for us as an association, as a group of business people who operate on Victoria Crescent. Because I can't speak to the other parts of the area that they cover. I don't know about those other parts. I only know about the businesses on Victoria Crescent and how the business owners and landlords on that street feel about the BIA. And they're like aghast. They can't believe that in our little street, $20,000 goes to these guys who do nothing for any business. They don't provide us with any kind of service. They don't do any events. They don't ensure that we have increased security. They don't clean. They don't sponsor anything that's of any benefit to the Victoria Crescent businesses whatsoever. So I understand now. The city is under core review, and you're looking at how best to spend your dollars. As a business owner, I understand this. I understand bang for your buck when you're spending your money, because I have to budget. My controller is here with me tonight, and if I don't spend my money wisely, she slaps me on the wrist and says, Cliff, you can't spend that money. So from what I understand, I'm very limited because I haven't really, I'm busy running my stuff. I don't have opportunity to examine the expenditures and how funds are dispersed from the BIA and where they're going and what they're doing. But my brief viewing of how they're spending their money, it's probably about 85 to 90% is on administrative costs. So lots of cushy salaries for lazy people, and maybe 10% goes to actual spending on events or activities to benefit businesses in the downtown core. Now, running a business, a little different from running a city, I'm sure.
I have to get you to wrap up, sir.
Oh,
Time
have
is
I
up.
run out of time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. To conclude, I'd just like to say that in the budget for next year for the city, I would like to see you really consider seriously whether you want to continue funding these people.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you.
wanted to say something.
Councillor Pratt.
I just want to say thank you for coming, all of you. Thank you for coming. This has been interesting, and to hear it from your own perspectives has been helpful. So thanks to each of you for coming. I really appreciate you taking the time to do that, especially at 11:45 at night. Crazy.
It is.
Thank you, sir. Motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Hong, seconded. Councillor Kep. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any business arising from delegations? Councillor Kep.
Your Worship, We did receive a report from the DNBA that was a few slides. I think it was about 7 slides. It mentioned some of the actions that they had done. But I found for our $250,000, there wasn't a lot of meat in that report. So I'd like to see if staff could find out what they have spent on the beautification projects and all the things, just to see where that's going, because I haven't seen a good breakdown of what was done for that money, especially with that 7-page report that we had from Mr. Cooper. So I'd like to see something from staff. So do I need a motion to it, or do I need to sit down with staff and try and find out those?
No, a motion would be appropriate.
So I'd like a motion for a report on the DNBIA spending related to the last report that we had, the 7-page PowerPoint.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Fuller. And discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So that leaves the last item on the agenda, and that is question period.
Fred Taylor of Nanaimo. Would council be interested in leading the way with George Hansen and trying to create wood manufacturing on our island by going to the province and UBCM, etc., to stop log export from even our city and our front door, which tours coming, your cruise ships, seeing all our jobs going in a ship and leaving our country. You need to stop log export, in my opinion.
Thank you, sir. There has Councillor Brennan.
As I understand it, that was the genesis of their project, was that they, along with most of us, are fed up with seeing our raw logs sent out of the country for secondary manufacturing, and that this is a perhaps baby step, but it is a step towards secondary manufacturing here in our province and in particular on our island.
They appear to have a lot of connection with every community except on our island. Maybe that you can get your foot in the door to stop. And I believe you have a fee if somebody, a passenger fee leaving on airplanes and stuff like that. A fee on logs, just like you did in lumber to go to the States.
I'm sure that could happen, but I think that their concentration is developing a industry here that takes the logs so that they aren't sent, diverts them to there.
Providing it's not cheaper to ship the log.
That would be the point, yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.